Live from the Red Bull Gaming Studio in Toronto, this is the Red Bull Ring Masters. I'm your host, Camille Salazar-Hadaway, and together we are going to find Canada's fastest sim racer. We have 8 players here today who are racing to see who will be on top, and they're going for this trophy. The winner will go home with this trophy, but of course, a lot of other prizing as well. We are giving the winner a $5,000 voucher from Advanced Sim Racer to help upgrade their rig at home, as well as a one-on-one coaching session with Red Bull Racing esports athlete Sebastian Jobe. And that is not it. They're going to be getting a one-of-a-kind motorsport track experience from Pfaff Motorsports. So this is going to be amazing here. If you look behind me, you could actually see the racers getting ready for their first race. And the pressure is on. Like I said, there's a lot on the line. And luckily, they have the comfort of these amazing sim rigs built in partnership with Apex V2R. This is the closest thing you could get to actually being in a car and being on track. It's bridging that gap between reality and comfort of sim racing. Now, there's going to be a lot of action that goes down today, and to help us break it down, we have 2 individuals who are helping us level up this broadcast, our casters, Justin and Arrow.
Thank you very much, Camille. My name's Justin Prince. Alongside me is Keenan Kuzin, also known as Arrow, as we look to see which drivers can stake their claim to victory lane today. And to say the excitement levels are high is an understatement. Lots of hype for these drivers entering today, and a lot of preparation all comes down to today's action.
Absolutely, Justin. Again, there's been so much build-up for this event. All the qualifiers were held at time trials on iRacing through the iRacing service, whittled it down to our knockout round. Now we're down to 8. 8 of the fastest sim racers in Canada. Only 1 can be the Red Bull Ringmaster.
Now, for those tuning in, what can you tell them about yourself and some of your experience when it comes to the sim?
I've been a streamer, a content creator in the community for quite a long time. For whatever reason, they wanted to invite me out here, but worked with, did some track guides before leading into this as well. Did some stuff with iRacing on the oval side, and I can't wait to be involved a little bit more in my wheelhouse with road course racing.
It's going to be exciting to see how that racing fares out. But speaking of those drivers, we have 8 who have traveled from across the country to compete today with various levels of backgrounds and experience, from some of the top teams in the sim to some of the top winners of some of the action. But there is a consensus amongst these competitors on who they feel is the favorite. He was the winner of Almost Pro 10K back in 2020. It's Racim Fazui.
Racim is a driver that when we talked to the drivers a little bit yesterday, before he showed up, they were like, I wonder where he's going to park his spaceship. There's a term we use in sim racing called alien, where just someone is just so out of nowhere, so strong, and definitely one of those drivers. Won 2 of our 3 knockout round races, Justin, as well. But he finished 10th in that last one. You know, maybe just gonna go for broke kind of style. We're gonna have to see it from him today. Maybe he'll have a bit different Racim than we did in the knockouts, but only one way to find out.
He spun on turn 2 on the first lap, in fact, in that respective race. But there are 2 drivers who are hot on his heels. Their names, Suelio Almeida and Andrew Caron. They're going to be quick as well.
Suelio, of note, when Racim dropped the ball, Suelio picked up and ran with it. Was the only one to get a win other than those 2 drivers. Andrew, on the other hand, just super consistent. Up on that podium for the last 3 races. You know, consistency is what wins championships, is what they say in motorsport. And because this is a point-based event, at the end of these 3 races, that could be the key to being the Red Bull Ringmaster.
Speaking of those points, let's take a look towards your rules for today's event in action, where the drivers will have 3 races at Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, Interlagos, and the Red Bull Ring. Points are accumulated based on placement. 10 for the winner, 8 for second, then 6 down to 1 to the end of the top 8. Every racer will also be using the same car, the Porsche 911 GT3. And a shout out to Davin Cornelius, who you'll learn about later on today, who designed the custom liveries for those cars. And for that, it's going to take a lot to make sure you control those cars.
Yeah, Porsche GT3 is one of the staples in motorsport across the world, and thankfully we have it in the iRacing service now. One of the newest additions to the GT3 class. It's a little bit wiggly coming into the corner, especially on cold tires. It's a weapon on cold tires. So the first couple laps, you guys are really going to want to pay attention to those at home. A little bit of understeer as well coming out of the corner, and tire management, we've heard from the drivers, is going to be such a huge factor here throughout the course of the event. So we'll have to see who maybe just takes it easy a little bit earlier or try to use those tires to their advantage while they still can.
Speaking of the car as well, throughout the week, we had the chance to speak with Robert Wickens, who has an incredible story when it comes to racing. A few years ago was involved in a very significant incident that left him paralyzed, and since then has used iRacing to help him gain the tools to jump back into the real-world race car. And today, I have the chance to discuss a bit about how he helped with iRacing and its uniqueness in terms of getting the realism down.
Hi guys, I'm Robert Wickens. Red Bull, thank you so much for having me. And I'm here to talk about how iRacing does such a good job making these race cars realistic. Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that iRacing does so well, it's hands down my favorite simulation that you can do from home. But they work hand in hand with the manufacturers, with the race teams. You know, you've been hearing about a lot in the press what they're doing with Mercedes and the new Formula One car that's going to be like the best car in iRacing history. But every time there's an upgrade on the cars that happen so frequently, it's because it's the factory drivers for that car manufacturer, the deep dive in the iRacing staff. They're realizing that maybe the physics aren't entirely realistic, and they are always constantly evolving and making improvements. And I think it just goes hand in hand. And I know with this new Porsche GT3 car, a lot of the factory drivers are putting in time on the simulator in iRacing before the car was launched to make sure that it's as close to the real thing as you can get. And I think as a consumer playing the simulation, like what I do from home and what most people do, it's pretty cool to see, because it really does feel like the real thing. Best of luck to everyone out there today. It's not going to be easy. Take care with those off tracks. I know it's really hard at iRacing. It's so tempting to push the boundaries, but yeah, just have fun and good luck.
Once again, that was Robert Wickens. We'll be hearing more from him later on today and learning about his story when it comes to racing. And to discuss a little bit more about the car, turn to you, Keenan, once again. You mentioned some of the tire management. That was a major talking point for a bunch of the drivers today.
Yeah, that's something that we actually talked to them about, and they brought up with us. So this Porsche, where its strength is corner exit. There's all that weight in the back. You want to really use that to your advantage, right? But if you overheat those rear tires, you're basically throwing that advantage away. So you want to be able to keep those tires cool as long as possible while still being able to push and keep up with your competitors. Again, this is not like a regular road tire that you or I drive at home. It holds its heat really, really well, and if it overheats, it holds that really well. So it might take a couple laps. If you take a slide going into a corner or a slide coming out, it may take a couple laps for that to dissipate. So we may see some tense difference, may see the field spread out over that. Who knows?
And it was especially talked about with the climb coming up for the track where the qualifiers are underway, Spa. And for a quick overview, let's take a look at what these drivers expect for Spa today.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 weeks of searching and preparation, it is finally time for the final of the Red Bull Ringmasters. 8 drivers will be going head-to-head to determine who will be taking home the title of Ringmaster, and what better place to start than the Belgian Temple of Speed, Spa-Francorchamps. Nestled in the eastern Belgian countryside, Spa is one of the most recognizable circuits in the world. Sweeping corners, the Camel Straight, and who could forget the infamous Eau Rouge?
That's Radio, actually?
Oh, Actually, let's talk about Eau Rouge de Radion. In a Formula car, this might be flat out, but in a big, heavy GT car, you're going to have to be careful, especially on cold tires. One little slide of the rear, and your race could be over before it even starts. Right after that is the Camel Straight. Look for a lot of slipstreaming here and opportunities to overtake into or even before Les Combes. Smart drivers will hold off until after Radion to make a move here. Don't forget about La Source, a tight 90-degree hairpin with each car pushing for position. Expect a little Tilly on lap 1 for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for race number 1 of the Red Bull Ringmasters final.
That was a look at your track overview from a very familiar voice, to say the very least, as you look at these drivers who are currently underway for their qualifying. And when it comes to today, while there is 8 drivers, track position could still be a fairly big part for Spa today.
Yeah, and I mean, taking into qualifying, something that wasn't mentioned in that video, I don't know who made it. Guy didn't know what he was talking about. But the mentioning in that video is track limits. So Spa is almost notorious in iRacing service for having very strict track limits. I know specifically me, I have a lot of problems out of Pouhon. It's very, very difficult to be able to keep all 4 tires within where the sim wants you to be. So we could even see some of these guys going out for qualifying, getting some of their best lap times deleted because they're going off track, because they're making some mistakes. Another point as well, as I touched on a little bit, La Sauce. That's going to be one of your first corners on the track. Got 8 guys going into one tight hairpin. Use a little bit of a hockey term with Tilly, but they're going to have a fist fight going into the first corner. That's a great way to start our Red Bull Ringmasters final.
That's a really good way to put it, especially with how tight the braking can be there on that opening lap. But something also to consider, Keenan, too, is Sector 2 from Rivage through Jackie X through Pouhon to Les Funges. That is a tight section where if you make a mistake there, it ruins the momentum for Sectors 3 and the next Sector 1 for the next lap.
Actually, that's something that all 3 tracks that we're going to be visiting today all have in common. Very rhythmic, very, if you make a mistake early on, it's very hard to kind of bring it back and compensate for it, especially, as you said, Justin, in Sector 2, Sector 3. Sector 1, you got that big straightaway, so that's kind of your refresh zone, and then there's a little bit of a tighter section there. But once you get to the rhythm sections, the flowing sections, you're down 2-3 miles an hour. That's going to carry over everywhere, and that could be the difference between you getting slipstream coming to the line and potentially winning our race number 1.
Absolutely. This is going to be so critical to see how these drivers fare out, and it's going to also be critical to start off a day like this with momentum here at Spa for these competitors. And keep in mind, for a lot of them, for some, it's their first experience in this type of a racing environment where you're right next to your competitors in the same room on near identical, exactly identical equipment, where you have that ability to essentially say, if you make a mistake, you end up in some cases being able to discuss things after, maybe via the sim or via messaging. Today, you make a mistake, you have that person right next to you.
Yeah, we talked about Tilly's, Van. If you end up dooring a guy to be able to get that position, you're not on voice chat or text chat, throwing elbows. He's sitting 8 feet away from you. So, I mean, is that going to change how some of these guys race? Maybe, maybe not. Obviously, we haven't seen them go head-to-head yet here in the studio, but these guys have raced again before in the knockout round, again from their home rigs. So that difference may play a role here in how people drive. Or, you might just see some guys go for broke and then look at the people and go, what are you going to do? What are you going to do, right?
So qualifying is underway. Here's a look at some of the drivers right here. This is Brandon Hawken, who's making his way around the racetrack amongst one of the first competitors to get rolling for their respective session. And it's going to be interesting to see how Hawken fares out, as he's someone who I feel could be amongst the dark horses for this event, where he didn't necessarily set the world on fire in the knockout round in terms of the points built up and whatnot, but he's known for 2 things: being able to change and be able to adapt to various cars, but at the same time be very quick in just about anything you put him behind the wheel of.
Yeah, we had a chance to talk with Brandon, actually most of the drivers yesterday. Brandon from Lindsay, Ontario, very small town guy, loves to talk, very, very personal, very friendly. I'm thinking maybe, again, we're just extrapolating here, but maybe, just said, hey, man, all I need to do to make it to this final is come top 8. Maybe we haven't seen the best of Brandon Hawken. As you said, Justin, this driver, I think, has the most experience in different types of vehicles, especially when it comes to these more road-based GT cars as well. So that might play into his advantage, especially later on into the event.
The other Ontarian in this race and this event for the finals is Giuliano Romagnolo, who has 10 years of real-world go-kart racing experience at the provincial and national level. And from Markham, Ontario, right nearby the GTA, he mentioned for him it felt like an advantage with that real-world experience to be able to have that racer's mentality for an event like this.
Yeah, as somebody who I did a lot of karting in my youth, actually, when I got out of it is when Giuliano got into it. As somebody who's done a lot of karting, that really helps with your racecraft. So not necessarily so much speed in the sim, because it's just a totally different world, but when knowing how to race other guys, predicting moves, knowing if I put my car here or my vehicle here, he's going to do this. So being able to play the mind game a little bit better, since he has so much experience, is definitely going to be an ace in Giuliano's pocket.
He's now starting his qualifying lap. You see him with his viewpoint to the left side as he works his way up the hillside, and you can see him just trying to be careful around this track, as well as keeping on looking a little bit more towards his left, trying to keep an eye on potential off tracks, but also the potential of what are some of the errors around him doing.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked about off tracks as well. It's not going to play so much of a role in the race, especially if it's just a 1x off track. That's just a slap on the wrist from iRacing in the race, but in this qualifying session, it's going to kill your time. And obviously, as you said earlier, there's only 8 guys on the track, but track position could still be very, very important. These cars have a lot of aero, Justin, and it's not so much like an LMP where there's a ton of aero, but there's still dirty air is still definitely a factor, especially at a track like Spa where the second and third half is so flowing. So I don't know if I want to sit at the back behind all these guys when I can get into clean air and take off.
Here's a look now at the number 73 machine. This is Bouchard. We're just seeing trying to work his way around the racetrack, and amongst the flurry of Quebec-based drivers in the field for today, he has the slight advantage of being able having some history working with a couple of his our competitors today, as he looks to try and showcase what he can do at this level.
Yeah, 2 of his teammates here as well. Part of the Quebec conglomerate, I would say. We got 6 of our 8 drivers here from Quebec. It's very, very, you could tell very, very much. A lot of these guys, again, there's 3 of the same teammates. They're already comfortable with each other. I'm not sure how that's going to play out in terms of racing. You know, are they going to give each other a little bit more room and try to play it nice, or are they going to be as all bets off now because we have a, $5,000 of sim racing equipment on the line as well as other things. That track experience with Faf, as well as the one-on-one sessions with Jobe.
Exactly, as he's right now coming towards the end of this respective lap in the 2-minute bracket currently. Will this time fare out to start things off. Keeps on ticking about, in fact, on forward here around the 2:10 mark. Compare that to Levaille in the 2:19 mark.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really, really tight. So far, we knew these guys were going to be tight again. That we had a national qualifier, which led down to our knockout round. So how these guys qualified was time trial. So I figure at least in qualifying, they're going to be very, very close because that's how they worked their way in. Guillaume from Quebec, we said that already, but get used to it. We're going to say it a lot more. But Guillaume from Quebec is just going up Eau Rouge and Radio right now. That's another place in the race that we touched on a little bit in the track guide.
Yeah.
I don't see a point personally, these guys are professionals. I don't see a point personally in making any sort of move before Eau Rouge and Radio because the Kemmel Straight is so long. You have so much time to set a move up. Just get to the bumper of the guy, see if you can time it right. I don't really see a move going into or coming out of the sauce except for lap 1.
And look at the top ticker. That's among some of the top times. How about 13th 1,000ths of a second, separating the top 2 currently in qualifying. That continues to shuffle about. Bazooey with that top time, a 2:18.649. Followed by Almeida and Caron. Right now, Levaille is currently 7th, 9/10 back.
Yeah, 9/10 is actually a pretty significant gap between these guys. That you can see, again, the gap between our first and second driver is a hair and a bit. So being 9/10 back, again, I'm not sure if he's put in his heater yet. We still have 3 minutes left of qualifying, so these drivers probably have time for 1, maybe 2 laps.
Exactly.
So if they're not going to they haven't got it done yet, they got to go out there and get it done now.
Under 4 minutes total for them to work with on the clock, keep in mind, as right now, in fact, making his way around in the 888 machine around this circuit, and we mentioned that flow in this particular section. You can see just how difficult it is to make sure you don't go over the rumble strips, go too far out. Keep in mind, this is among the tracks that have the new track limits that iRacing implemented earlier this year, so there is a bit more leeway compared to, say, 2019 Spa.
Yeah, I mean, a bit more leeway. It wasn't world changing. You can push the curbs a little bit more, but it's still something that these guys would definitely have to take into account. Again, we might see some people pushing it during the race because, you can risk it with a slowdown, but a 1X is a 1X. It's not really going to do much when you're racing. But with the qualifying, as we get of time from Levesque with the 2:19.561, it looks like that is going to be his qualifying time for this session as we go drive on board now with Sim Fazui.
From Laval, Quebec, Sim Fazui mentioned a lot of experience when it comes to being able to have some success, but also somebody that is more so known for the sports car side when it comes to sim racing. A lot of experience driving smaller sports cars. In particular, has been building up over the past year to the bigger event stuff, such as today.
He's upsettingly beautiful. Look at his picture. Look at his picture. Everyone else is just like a picture. And this, he's ready. He's professional, which is surprising because we talked to some of the guys yesterday. We're in a 2:19 flat as well, Racim. So it's just putting it in there to try to secure this pole position.
Yep, absolutely. You can see him chatting a little bit after that respective lap, continuing on going here. It did improve his time, believe, by a couple 100ths there back in his regard, if not, pardon me, just a little top that mark. So it looks like he's pushing more so for one chance here, if he has enough time on the clock.
Justin, something I just noticed too is our top 3 drivers are within a 10th, and then the next driver is 5/10ths back.
Which is crazy.
I don't know if these 3 top guys have figured something out that everyone else hasn't, because it's close from 4th on back. They're all tight, but it's the top 3 that is super tight, but in their own league right now. So I don't know if they're just figured something out with qualifying and how to drive this car in Q, or if some of these guys are just not super confident in their qualifying pace and are just going to take it to them in the race.
So now looking towards the number 23 machine, continuing chugging along. This is that driver about half a second behind right now. Once more, Gagnon Renault, who's trying to see if he can try and bump up forward. It's now 6/10 the gap between him and the top 6 total. Now amongst these drivers on the racetrack, as now he's starting sector 2.
Yeah, he ran at 18.6 is still
And
the
it
time
looks
to
like
beat
he's
right
not happy
now.
with the qualifier.
Yeah, shut it down. Just trying to take this time to refocus and be able to get your mind in for the race. Again, unfortunately, just Fuzui putting out a monster lap time. And, these drivers can see where they're qualifying. They can see the times that they have to beat. So that may have gotten it. Gagnon Renault is your gatekeeper of that top 3 right now. He's the closest one to that magical 18.6, 18.649. So he's the closest guy, and he can't get within half a second of it. So if I'm him, again, you're not going to beat it within 15 seconds. You're not confident. Just park the car, take a breather, and try to reset going into the race.
And this driver on board with right now, don't believe there's going to be enough time for that respective competitor to put in our time. The clock is now reaching full zeros, meaning qualifying. Now coming to a close for the first race. Now, we gave him a shout out earlier on in the show and want to take some time for how their designs came into play from Davin Cornelius, who is a self-taught graphic designer who specializes in liveries in the iRacing service. He partnered with Red Bull to design the custom liveries to be able to give a glimpse of them. And we've seen those glimpses during the qualifiers. We sat down with them earlier this week to talk about his process and inspiration as paints.
Hey, I'm Davin, and I design virtual race cars, liveries for sim racing, racing games, all the sort. It's interesting because I didn't really learn as a graphic designer. I didn't go to school for graphic design. It just kind of came out of a passion for race cars. It's different to traditional graphic design. You can't really apply normal branding guidelines to the side of a race car. You know, it's this complicated shape. You've got to kind of fit your logos in a way where it's, some brands don't like that their logo gets cut off by the wheel well, and end up with really small logos. It doesn't look that good. It's own sort of unique art, I think, and something that I sort of learned on my own and figured out what kind of looks good and what doesn't. Yeah, it's really fun. It's cool. It's different to a whole lot of other stuff in graphic design. That's tough, I guess. I like looking for inspiration in existing things. I feel like my sort of comeuppance was I would take real life designs and kind of tweak them a little bit, make them a little bit better, and do it sort of the way that I think it would be done. And then, people on social media like that. I thought that was cool. But now it's sort of like, okay, I like big logos. Put a big logo on the car, make the design kind of work around it. I try my best to not stick to one style, I guess. There's a lot of designers that really like, their square shapes, their angular designs, everything's really sharp, and some guys like the smooth, curvy stuff or throw a bunch of gradients in there. But I think it's better for me if I try like a whole bunch of different things, which is why this project is really cool, because I get to try a whole bunch of different styles. Yeah, this one's fun. I like the white. I like seeing the Red Bull with the white go together, and the Ringmasters had this kind of almost a purple in the branding, which was really cool to play with. And I love putting the big Red Bull on the side with the yellow ball, and the Red Bull Ringmasters text kind of fits in there nicely on the side. A little bit tougher on the hood, because these cars have a big hole in the center of the hood for air to go through. So I kind of fit Ringmasters under that, put Red Bull on top. But that sort of purple with a little bit of blue in there to white, and just a nice like matte finish. So it's not super shiny. You can see the colors pop. I'm really happy with the way this one turned out. can catch me on social media, Twitter, at drive-through with an underscore at the end because normal drive-through was taken. Instagram, drive-through design, and you can watch me on Twitch. I'll design stuff live, drive-through live on Twitch. Spell through all the way out, not that little short and stuff. Drive-through live. That's me.
Once again, thanks to Davin for all the hard work. Can't wait to see all those paint schemes on the racetrack competing against one another today, to say the very least. It's going to be an exciting day of action, but for all these drivers, they put in the work, they put in the times, and now it's about trying to execute on the racetrack.
Yeah, your prep time is over, Justin. Like it's a little bit too late to get a little bit of extra practice in. We're getting ready to put these cars onto the grid. Our qualifying has concluded. We're just getting everything set up and our last little preparations to take care of. The time for talk is I've always wanted to say that. The time for talk is over. It is now time to head into race number 1 of your Red Bull Ringmasters.
Yes, indeed, and it's going to be exciting to see which drivers can come out on top for this action today, to see which one will be able to take checkered flags today and get themselves the most points to be able to prove they're the Red Bull Ringmaster. Now, let's take a look at your starting grid on the pole today. It's Racine Vazui starting alongside Suejo Almeida.
Andrew Caron is going to be in 3rd place, and then Ian Gagnon-Renault, again, one of those drivers that was pretty close but didn't end up making it, starting from your 4th spot.
Phil Bouchard starts in row 3 alongside Giulio Romagnolo. Keep an eye on that 3rd row.
And then moving to the back row, we got Brandon Hawken, and Guillaume Levesque is going to be starting from the last position on the grid. Again, only 8 guys. Doesn't matter where you start. It matters where you finish.
Exactly, and this is going to be tight racing potentially right from the get-go to see which of those drivers can position themselves to be able to lead the pack, and in turn, see which drivers could break the draft here at a track such as Spa.
That's huge. That's something we haven't talked about yet. If for any reason you can get away from the draft, that's basically free positions for you as we have these drivers on the line getting ready to start the race.
Just moments away from the green lights and the green flags as these drivers have all made themselves onto the starting grid as the iRacing safety car is now rolling, heading towards the start of the lap and approaching the bus stop.
Again, taking a look at all these beautiful liveries that Davin Drive-Through Cornelius made for us. Kind of a history of Red Bull Motorsport, Justin. We've got a little bit of rallycross in there, a little bit of drifting in there, some old Formula race cars. Some of you guys may recognize some of these liveries. Davin knocked this one out of the park. I was so happy to have him on this product.
All the drivers are set. Which one will prove they can come away with the first victory of the Red Bull Ringmasters National Finals? We're about to find out. iRacing safety car making its way off towards the end of the racetrack now. Arena Flagman waits towards the starting zone as they really slow on down here, coming out the bus stop.
This is beyond slow. I'm not sure what's happening here. The 23 car just not moving. I'm not sure if they're just trying to get a jump start, but we're just waiting here. Kind of an awkward start. Bit of separation on that right line. All the inside cars just not hooked up like you'd expect them to be.
So here's the situation right now. They will keep the pace laps currently going as unfortunately one driver had an issue getting to the grid. So they will continue to pace about until that remaining driver can make it to the grid, gives everyone a fair shot here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to count to 4 for me personally, I think. You saw the one car missing there on the right side, so we'll be able to get him moved into the group. Might be seeing another one of these iRacing Porsches pop out of the pits as we ride on board with Guillaume Levesque. Again, starting at the back, Justin, but I don't really think that's a huge disadvantage. Other than the top 3, it's very, very close, and those top 3 could easily just bin it into turn number 1, and then it's all a case of consistency. Again, consistency is the key today because we have 3 races, not a whole lot of points to hand out. So if you can come third, second, all the way up there, that could be the key to winning today overall.
And a few drivers mentioned that need to be consistent, but also have the right amount of racecraft. Be smart with the decisions once the green flag flies and once you get to the battling. Some are not afraid of making a bit of contact, but in the end, you kind of need to make it to the finish line with a clean car to finish well.
Yeah, any kind of damage on these cars could cost you tenths up to seconds. You know, even a little dent on the front splitter, on the front bumper, me or you driving to the grocery store, it's not going to make us a difference. But with these guys, all their aero, all their downforce is absolutely integral to how they're used to driving the car, how the car is set up for them, and what they've practiced on for basically weeks at this point.
Absolutely. So you see these cars continue to pace about here and prepare for things.
There
is the one driver, yes.
Welcome to the party, my friend. Get on out there.
Again, that's Caron, who is now getting rolling onto the racetrack with the number 6 machine. Be able to try and zip up to the rest of the group here around the 7-kilometer, 4.35 mile racetrack, and then should be able to get underway.
Going to be an interesting start. We're not going to have the pace car, which is normally what you would use to drop the green flag. So I think it might be a gentleman's agreement there up on the front row. So what do you do if you're our pole sitter? Do you try to jump the start a little bit? Are you going to try, like, what do you do into turn 1? Especially because I think, are you on the outside at Spa for the start?
When it comes to the start, keep in mind, it's around exiting the bus stop.
Yep.
And depending on the configuration of the track, sometimes you take the green flag from Barney right into La Source. Depending on if it's the classic formation, it's up on towards the hillside for Erosion Radion.
Either way, whatever you use is going to be spooky. Again,
And as we've seen, keep in mind with the clock for those that were eagle-eyed, that came into play out of the bus stop. So it is that layout for today, similar to the open wheel events at Spa.
So, I mean, inside, outside. Inside advantage, obviously. Inside is the tightest line. You're going to get the best shot out of the corner. Outside, especially because this corner is so tight, Justin, might actually be able to pay an advantage. We take that little bit of an outer line. We've seen it in real motorsport before. You take a bit of a wider line. Yeah, it doesn't look like it makes sense on paper, but you'll have the speed coming down that main straight into Eau Rouge Radion. And that could be the difference between walking into our first major overtaking opportunity where they come with a huge run, maybe even a lead and a shot to defend that lead.
Some beautiful shots of these cars as they continue to sort themselves about and make sure they are lined up properly for what was the initial outside line, or should I say right side line, heading off into La Source with the initial green flag here. And we mentioned a bit about the varying levels of experience for some of the competitors, where there are some who have done a lot of big things. I'm keeping my eye, for example, on one of the drivers who are on the heels of Bazooey. We mentioned him when it comes to Almeida in that pace for the number 1 machine. He's been able to win at top levels in the country before. He's been able to perform in Porsches before. Can he carry it over for today?
It's so interesting seeing all these guys are experienced, but a lot of them are from different places. And as you said, Sueyo is going to have that to his advantage. And again, we talked about it before, was the only other driver to win in our knockout qualifying rounds coming into this final. So he's probably sitting on a little crumb of confidence. I mean, he's still got to overcome Fasim, who is our pole sitter for the day. But, you know, having a win coming into this is still something that 6 other guys can't say.
That was in Sprint Challenge competition with the Porsches. And keep in mind, the driver who won the year before him is also in this field in Brandon Hawken. Just so happens Brandon Hawken has also raced against Racine in smaller sports cars too. So there is a lot of crossover from the various series these drivers have.
I know we talked in the studio a little bit yesterday before we got underway. A lot of these guys seem very, very familiar with each other, either on track or off it. They said it's nice to put faces to names. However, I see some fists to faces here going into T1. Again, it's very, very tight, very, very important as well to get a good start on the race. You looked a little surprised.
I'm just imagining that right now, somebody jumping out and saying, "What did you just do?" And I don't think it would end pretty. But we can say this, now they're running up towards the bus stop once more. We'll see if these drivers now get rolling here. All 8 cars have now made it to the grid. 6 minutes off the clock. And now the drivers are up to speed. We're underway for race number 1.
Coming into turn number 1 here again, he's going to try to... Caron's actually got a really, really bad start. The outside, that left line got a huge jump. So I don't know what's going on with the number 6 car going into La Sauce here. Too wide all the way back, Justin, but our front 2 seem to have hooked up and broken out and got a little bit of an early lead coming to Eau Rouge Radion.
And it really helps all that fighting that's going on for third to try and get that separation. How about side by side, just about entering Eau Rouge and Radion in the battle for about 5th position there. Lose them a bit more time over to the separation for the top 2. The third is up to around 7-8 car lengths as they start to try and break some of the draft down the straight as some try to battle it out.
We might see a car go 3 wide here. No thought better of it. I thought that he was going to go 3 wide on Karen here, but Ian's going to try to take that inside line, but it looks like Giuliano is actually going to go for the switchback, and he holds it on the outside of the corner. Ooh, a little bit of contact there, hitting a little bit of the inside rumble strip, Justin, just getting into the shoulder. They are still side by side going into Rivage.
What a battle for Romagnola as he nearly makes contact. They're still side by side right on behind as well. Brandon Honkin trying to make an attack on Levaillank as they go single file. Now making the way out of Jackie X over to Puhan for the first time. Some trying to still battle it out.
Man, we thought there was going to be a boring race with 8 cars on the track, and they are putting on a show already. Lap 1, turn 1. Going to be a little bit straighter here, but the battle right now we're going to want to watch is this battle for the, I believe, 8th, 7th position. Levesque is trying to hold off Brandon Hawk, and actually Giuliano is still not done with Ian Renault Gagnon, or Gagnon Renault in that blue, I believe, 23 Porsche.
Yep, absolutely hectic battling. Romagnola now able to get single file, but there's a lot of traffic trying to find a way around the 55. Bouchard trying to pick up the slipstream here as they make their way towards Blanchimont for the first time under green flag conditions, already approaching 8 minutes down on the clock. This time around, that separation continuing to build amongst that top 2 of about 1.2 seconds between the leader and third place. A couple seconds now back is Forfon back. Now into the bus stop once more. Here comes Romagnola with the little peak. Stays single file for the bus stop.
If you take a look at their timing board, there are 2 leaders, Vizuli and Almeida, have already checked out. They're already taking off about just over a second lead over Andrew Caron, and Andrew Caron has got a 1.9 second lead over this absolute dogfight here in the midfield of the pack.
And keep this in mind, it's not just about, okay, can I get myself fast enough to catch up to, say, a grouping like this? It's also about the cooperation needed to be able to get the speed to move up as we take a look at the beautiful sights.
Again, we've got about a half hour left to go here in race number 1 of our Red Bull Ringmasters final. These 3 guys, if they're, as I was about to say that, we have a move for the lead right now. Almeida on the outside of Fasim Fazui. Got the move done. Can he make it stick? No, he just tries to pinch him off just a little bit. He's not going to get it done. They are still side by side coming out of Lake Coombe.
What a great hold for Fazui.
Oh, he's into him.
They make contact. Here comes Caron. He now joins in the battle. Caron now tries to find a way around. Almeida now works on the outside groove. Up through Rivage, heading towards Jackie X. He's got the preferred groove now. Heading to the corner. New race leader, it's Almeida.
Man, elbows out racing already here in race number 1 as Fazui's going to try to make a move on the outside here of Puan. And if you're Andrew Caron, you are loving this. He was about a second back and a little bit more contact coming into Puan from these 2 drivers. But Andrew has got to be loving this because he was a second back. Now he's making a move for the lead. We are almost 3 wide here going into Leifang.
And one driver just went off into the Armco in the backdrop for 4th position. Meanwhile, Almeida keeps it up for the race lead. Almeida holds on to the point. Back single file for the top 3. Heavy battling, and this is exactly what everyone else would want to see early on, especially since the cooperation part is coming back into play, as you see in the backdrop. They have a chance to close up, especially with how heavy it's getting with this battle for 4th compared to that being nice and calm.
Yeah, again, these 4 drivers at the back, if they are smart, they're going to, as I think it was the 23 car of Ian Gagnon Renault is being scored in the 8th position right now. So that may be the driver we lost into the on-pro, Justin.
Yes, unfortunate for him early on as you see these drivers now make their way to the bus stop. No one taking a peek quite yet in the major packs, although there were a couple different defensive lines being taken there for the battle for the lead on the left side of your screen. A couple laps now into the action. And now it's the question, do you try and keep this battling hard up, or do you try and get yourself into a rhythm and be patient now?
I mean, if you're in the 4th to 7th position, absolutely. 4th isn't win diddly squat here at Ringmasters. You're not getting a trophy. You're not getting anything for 4th. So these guys, if they're going to be smart, they're not out of the picture. You can still see those top 3 cars. So if they're smart, maybe capitalize on mistakes. Like if one of your drivers in front of you ends up missing a corner, you don't want to sit behind him when there's such an obvious overtaking opportunity. But pushing for overtakes right now, I do not think is the smartest move. If you're going to be smart, as you're seeing it right here, a little bit of pushing actually, a little bit of bump draft, shades of NASCAR going on the Camel Straight right now with this group of 4 trying to catch your top 3.
It can be efficient here, keep in mind, of the draft tracks, though. Some have talked about bump drafting as a potential way to save. You also see the swap for the race lead as they bump drafted there once more at the point, with Almeida being shuffled back to second. And the thing is, with Spa, we may see a lot of swapping for the race lead if you get the chance down that Camel Straight, depending on how close you can stay.
Yeah, if you can clear them, it's kind of a no-hurt overtake. It doesn't really hurt anybody in the top 3. If you can clear that leader and use that to your advantage, it's called leapfrogging. You just jump in front of each other, jump in front of you, jump in front of each other, and that's how you can build that main group. Again, the 6-car Andrew Caron just has to chill. Doesn't really have to worry about anything. These 2 top cars are 2 leaders in Fazui and Almeida.
Yes.
Again, they just did it. They just got to keep that up. Everyone's got to chill out. I really just think they've been waiting 2 days to race, and they finally get to race for something that's worth something, and it's out of their systems now. Well, we hope.
I'll put it this way. In the span of a few hours, before today's action over towards the hotel, some of these drivers were playing pool against one another. Now, they're battling for the big prizes here at the studio. And keep this in mind as well. Almeida had mentioned to me in the lead up to the week where draft and psychological pressure could be key to becoming the champion. He also mentioned he will not be afraid to make high-risk moves. As you see one peek there from Caron, he just hopes they're friends after.
As we just got word, one of our drivers actually, we're going to jump
look
into
at
pit
this.
lane here. One of our drivers actually just ended up disconnecting, I believe. So we are going to get like almost kind of just everyone's going to chill a little bit here, going to pull into the pit lane, and we're going to wait for that driver to be able to reconnect to the session. Again, that was our number 23 car of Ian Gagnon-Renault, who ended up dropping out of the session. Just going to get him back in here and join the rest of the field so we can continue this race.
Yeah, tough break for him, as mentioned. He was amongst that battle for 4th position, seen a bit of it in the backdrop with some contact to an arm barrier, and now is in the sequence where going to have significant damage. Once he gets back in, you'd have to figure too, keep in mind, or at least farther back on the pylon.
What a start, first of all.
Absolutely, though.
Again, we wasn't sure how this is going to work out. 8 cars, you know, you expect normally even these guys are used to racing with bigger fields. 8 cars, I really thought, you know, professionals. Let's chill out. Let's fight this at the end, and let's see if we can pull away, especially those top 3, because they're just on another level in pace. Nope. Shoulders out. Everyone was ready to fight, especially in the first couple laps, dooring each other, hip checking each other coming off the corner. They are not afraid to trade some paint.
Yeah, it's been proven that they're not afraid to send it in deep if they have the opportunity to do so, absolutely. Who's impressed you the most, though, when it comes to all this fighting so far?
I mean, Andrew played it really smart. I keep bringing him up in the broadcast. He's just played it really smart. He was one of those guys that was kind of in no man's land. Those top 2 broke away, and then he had a 1.9-second lead on the rest of the field. Was able to say, oh, cool, these guys are fighting. I'm going to hit my marks. I'm going to stay consistent. I'm going to stay smooth. And consistency is what got him here in the first place. Ended up to, again, three steps on the podium in the knockout round was what brought him here. So we are seeing what we saw in the knockout round again here in the final.
Absolutely. And one of the big questions people may have, keep in mind as well, is can sim racing make you a better driver? Let's find out some of those answers.
In the last year, he's become the first sim racer to join the Formula 3 grid, a series which is seen by many as the path to Formula 1, the pinnacle of motorsport. And he's earned himself a place in the Red Bull Junior program, the same program that created motorsport stars like Max Verstappen and 4-time Formula 1 champion Sebastian Vettel.
Do you ever think that sim racing could replace karting as a way into motorsport?
Well, it's hard. I mean, I've come across a lot of good sim drivers.
It's racers like Eagle who are transferring their success from the virtual world to the real one that's got people like me asking, can sim racing create future motorsport champions?
Sim racing, although it may seem relatively new, has actually been around for decades. It was computer games like Indianapolis 500, released in 1989, that took the very first step from being just an arcade game for fun, and instead attempted to simulate realistic physics and telemetry, and allowed the user to change things like their fuel strategy and car setup. Today, simulated racing is anything but a game. Racers spend thousands on complex simulator setups that take the art of driving to a much more precise and in-depth level. They're designed to accurately replicate the same variables like tyre grip, aerodynamics, brake bias, and much more that you'd experience on a track in the real world.
Take this Fanatec steering wheel as an example. Inside, it's got a motor that provides detailed but very strong force feedback. As I'm going round these corners, I can actually feel the wheel fighting against me as I turn in. And it's that kind of feedback that helps my brain to work out the limit of the grip levels around each corner. Ooh, I just about made that one.
It's not just the hardware though. The software has come a long way too. It's so advanced now that circuits are accurate up to 1 centimetre thanks to laser scanning. They're full of thousands of variables that the user can adjust to tweak their car setup or practice in certain conditions. It's the advancement of all this technology that has resulted in sim racing being the most realistic and accurate driving experience you can get without actually being sat in a car. One man who spent a lot of time in his sim rig during the recent pandemic, where there was no physical racing, was Red Bull F1 driver Max Verstappen.
I was spending a lot of time in the simulator. I even competed, of course, in a championship. All the things together, you know, you do pit stops, you do like endurance kind of races, so overtaking, getting overtaken, dealing with traffic, fuel calculations, you know, you have to save fuel, all these kind of things, what you also do in real life.
But if it's so realistic, can it actually make you a better driver? I think I know someone who can help answer that.
Of course, the sim racing was not so evolved as it is now, but my father wanted to put me in a go-karting. It was a great way to just start it and learn the basic controls such as throttle, braking and steering wheel input, some basic racing line stuff as well. Nowadays, the physics of the game has been improved a lot. It's really close to what we do on the real life, like the trend, if you tend to brake a bit earlier or if you tend to carry a bit more speed into the corner when you arrive to the real track, this trend tends to be exactly the same.
Today's simulators are so detailed that racers like Igor are able to successfully use them to prepare for real races. They're vital, especially when time on track is not just limited, but extremely costly too at all levels of the sport. In the past, if you wanted to become a professional racing driver, it meant starting with karting at a young age and working your way up through the various levels. But the cost of running a kart, regular track time, and travelling to weekly race meetings is hugely expensive. Progressing to a professional level was something only a lucky few could afford to do.
It would be probably like 1,000 for a day in karting, like a proper one. If you go to F3 level, it will cost more than 10,000. It's very expensive, like per day. And on the sim racing, you can basically buy a really good wheel around $1,000, and you can use for 2 years straight away, you know, without changing anything.
Igor's right. Sim racing has made motorsport accessible to those who might not have been able to afford that traditional route. With its realness and accuracy, a racing simulator is still able to teach the same fundamentals that karting does. It just costs a lot less when you crash. It hurts less too.
All those little details counts a lot, so you know those things in the simulator really helps you to prepare and be ready at the right timing. In the simulator you can race as much as you want basically.
It isn't just about what goes on behind the wheel either. A racing driver needs to fully understand every aspect of the car setup, and today's simulators allow you to change just about any variable.
I'm in F1 2020 right now, and I can adjust things like fuel load, aerodynamics, transmission, suspension geometry, suspension, brakes, tyres. There's so much here that you can tweak for your car setup. And when you go to software like iRacing or rFactor 2, you get even more granular settings that you can change and adjust to make your car setup just right.
Having all these variables allows the driver to test different setups, experience changing weather conditions, and become more confident in what the car will do in various situations. It's the perfect learning tool. It's the reason why racers like Igor use it to refine their skills, but also why current Formula 1 drivers use simulators too.
Max, you have your sim rig at home, so you know how detailed they are. You also are one of the people that did go that traditional route into motorsport through karting and up through the various series. Do you ever think that sim racing could replace karting as a way into motorsport?
Well, it's hard. I mean, I've come across a lot of good sim drivers, and I mean, still every day also within my own sim team, a lot of good guys. You know, it's incredible how fast they are. The problem is I don't doubt that they, you know, they're very precise. They know exactly what they're doing. They know how to go quick, but in real life, you know, the speed sensation and then the G-forces and, you know, just the general force already hitting a brake pedal is different. I know you can train, you can get fit, but you miss that real life experience. Going through a corner with 250 or whatever in what car you're driving, or 300, close to a wall, or close to when you make a mistake and you can hit the wall, instead of doing it in a simulator where you can press restart and go again. That mindset, from when you are very little and then you grow up through it, is very different between a real driver and a sim driver. You need to drive a lot more in real life to overcome that little kind of, it's not fear, I think, but it's a bit of trust in the car as well. So I do think that, if you give a sim driver a lot of track time as well, I think, yeah, they can get very competitive, but you need to give them the opportunity to be able to do that. And that, again, costs a lot of money. I would say a real driver, they can benefit by also using the sim to become even better.
So maybe we're not quite at that point yet where someone could go from sim seat to F1 seat. But what I have learned from speaking to Igor and Max is that sim racing and real racing complement each other, and drivers benefit the most when they use both.
I don't think it will ever beat, let's say, real on-track driving. And I think it shouldn't. It's nice that sometimes, you can overlap stuff. So also now in the sim world, they're hosting championships where a real driver joins a sim driver, and I'm going to participate in that. And I think that's a lot of fun. As a real driver, you really get pushed by the sim drivers, and they make you a better driver on the simulator, so that's good.
In the future, could we see someone who started with sim racing become a Formula One world champion?
Never say never. I mean, it's hard, but if he has the right guidance and like I said, enough track time in a real car, who knows?
Igor and Max with some great insight when it comes to the transition from the sim world to the real world there. And to explain this situation, to put it simply, there was one driver who had a technical issue where they will be restarting the race from the point of the issue, around 30 minutes to go on the clock. They will resort the cars and essentially give the opportunity for the driver, that was Ian Gagnon Renaud, who had that problem, to be able to have a fair shot here in this first race.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a gift for him. Normally, in real life, we have a mechanical issue. It sucks to suck. You know what I mean? You're in the wall. That's your day over. So Ian getting a little bit of a redemption run here, able to kind of gather his thoughts. Again, we have a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a holding pattern here, able to kind of, okay, I'm back in the race, because I'm sure he thought he was done. So back in the race, not going to have the best starting position. I think we are going to take another green flag start with, again, as you said, about 30 minutes to go. So still so much race, so much left to develop here, Justin. But a gift for Gagnon Renaud here, be able to still compete in round number 1.
It's going to be so critical, I feel, to be able to capitalize on that in turn, on that mark. Now, keep in mind, iRacing is currently in the midst of its Black Friday sale as well for its service, where for 50% off, you can join the service. If you're an existing member, you can renew as well for 25% off. You can find out more information by going to iRacing's website to be a part of the Black Friday sale. And it's a great time to become a member. Let's put it that way, Keenan, to be able to take advantage of that.
I mean, there's never been a better time to start in iRacing as someone who joined the service in 2013. There's so much more for you to do on your base subscription. There's the Formula V has just been it's not newly released, but still fairly new to the service. The MX-5's never felt better. So if you're somebody who just wants to jump in and get your feet wet, now's never been a better time to start. And if you're someone like us who's maybe been around the service more than once, you get 25% off your discount as well.
Great points indeed. I think it's going to be so exciting to see which drivers in turn join the many different competitors, because keep in mind, talked about in that segment, drivers like Max Verstappen, very active on the sim and many more. When talking about the Porsches, let's talk a bit about that respective car and how it's fared out today. How do you feel now with the chance to reflect now for some of these competitors, how they will change things up after some of the aggressive fighting?
Chill, boys. Relax. I know we're all pumped up full of Red Bull here, but but you got to relax, got to chill out a little bit. You got 2 races to go. You got 30 minutes left of this one. I mean, Spa is kind of a long track. It's only going to be about, what would you say, about 15, 14 laps left in the race.
Give or take.
Give or take, depending if we have another technical issue. But these things happen. It's gaming. It's part of the process. But chill out. I mean, there's so much more you can accomplish. Again, the separation, we keep bringing it up, but it's so significant. The separation of the top 3 guys, just line up and go. get away from everybody else. You don't want to have fourth pressuring you when you're fighting for the win. So think long term.
Exactly, and we've seen that where fourth on back fought, lost a couple seconds. First on towards third started battling. They got within a second before things were brought to a delay there. As well, in turn, keep in mind, a lot of the drivers talked about the importance of keeping calm in the preparations, and meditation was a key word brought up by at least 2 of these competitors, where they practiced meditating and making sure they were able to control their breathing to make sure they didn't panic behind the wheel.
Yeah, that's something as a driver is probably, especially in the sim world, something that you just don't get. The normal viewer wouldn't understand. It's so mental focus. It's in a ball sport, you just go out and you do it. There's obviously a lot going on behind the scenes, but the amount of mental concentration you have to have over 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, depending on how long your race is just astronomical. And actually, one of the, especially in sim racing, it's exhausting. You know, you're done a 30-minute race and you're at a 100%. You're using all the wrinkles at one time. So there's no break for your brain in 30 minutes, and you're going, oh, cool. So, I mean, these guys be able to have a way to kind of mentally reset as I think they're just getting warmed up a little bit before we get back on the track. That is why they're professionals, and that's why they're here.
Here's a look right now at one of them, in fact. I believe that's Brandon Hawken, who's currently trying to prepare things on over and currently trying to figure out, am I on camera right now? It looks like.
Yeah, Brandon, again, me and Brandon kind of share a little bit of something. He's from Lindsay, Ontario, small town Ontario. I'm originally from Sudbury, Ontario, small town Ontario. We ended up talking to him a little bit yesterday. One of the nicest guys I've ever met in my whole life. Such a sweetheart, and you know what I mean? We need to see, that's, I think, the only guy on the track that we saw that could maybe get a little more aggressive, Justin. You know, those guys were boxing there for 4th on 6th, and Brandon was just chilling. You know, chilling's not going to win you a championship, my friend. I'm sure being consistent and fast has gotten you to this point, but we need to see we need Brandon to go ultra instinct a little bit to be able to move on here.
And the crazy thing is, seen him in many cases, too. When he knows it's time to go, he can go. Here's Giuliano Romagnolo, who's currently working his way.
It's a lot of vowels.
For practice right now. He also looked fairly calm, and once I think he realized, okay, we got to get into a rhythm, and was the lead car the second pack, that's when they started closing back in.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't afraid to make moves either. I was really surprised to see that second pack be racy as they was. If I saw the first 3 guys just a second up, again, this isn't like, I'm cool with third. You don't get anything for third. You get a crisp handshake and thanks for coming. Personally, me, I'm trying to fight out these guys, the guys to beat, which is, you know, we're taking a look at him right now, Racim
Fazuli, of course, as we talked about, lots of good victories in his pathway. Really has been on the rise over the past year or so when it comes to the iRacing scene. And you talked about it a bit where it can be where there's a race where he dominates, and there's the races where he'll spin out early on. I've seen the far extreme on that too, where he might, in some cases, get into trouble and, say, come into the pit lane from the outside lane side by side. Yeah, a lot can happen with him as we take a look at some of the errors.
Guillaume Levesque, again, one of those guys, he actually would end up picking up a spot here. We'll be able to confirm that for you once we go back to racing, but ended up taking advantage of that kerfuffle, we'll put it, that little, the issues here as we're leading into. So he'll be up there. Again, this is a good chance for those bottom 5 drivers to just kind of go, boys, big picture here. And Guillaume, I think, is one of those drivers that can really take advantage of this restart.
Exactly. And you can see some of the communication amongst these drivers now, too, as they get the last of those preparations together. What do you feel they would be talking about in this circumstance and in this sequence, knowing what's on the line?
Don't hit me lap 1. like, I mean, again, I think I hate to keep repeating myself because it just sounds like a broken record, but chill. You know, we got 30 minutes. You know, you guys want to go all out, throw fists in the last 10 minutes, 5 minutes, last 2-3 laps. You know, it is what it is. You know, these guys are competitors. You know, they might be pals off the track, but on the track, they understand, you know, there's 1 winner and 7 losers. So, I mean, you got to do what you can do other than taking a guy to town, you know what I mean? As we get a good look at Andrew Caron here, one of those guys that actually really benefited from all that squabbling in the first, I would say, 10 minutes of our race. You know, he fell back, Justin. He was about a second, I believe, off those top 2 who could have just lined up and pulled away, but they're like, why don't we have a little bit of a lead? Why don't we see what each other's got? And Andrew Caron, I think if that would have played out a little bit longer, would have been the big winner there.
Yeah, he looked like he was just waiting for the chance. And some differences between some of the footwear too. Notice some are wearing their sneakers. Then you have Andrew who is like, no, I'm going socks here.
Big sock guy. Big sock guy. Big fan of the sock guy. I mean, like, we saw it yesterday. Again, I hate to keep cutting you off, but we saw it yesterday. A lot of the guys out at Apex V2R are actually super, super accommodating to these drivers. I know some guys who didn't get their brake feel set in for like an hour. They kept saying, no, bring me a new feel of the brake. That is so important. And you get, as a sim racer, a lot more feel through that pedal, depending on your footwear. Some guys have really heavy pedals. You don't have a choice of using shoes or not. You got to use the racing shoes or whatever. And then some guys at home have a bit softer of a brake setup, and they actually prefer wearing socks. It's just all comfort and adaptability.
Here's a look at Suelio Almeida currently. Looking the calmest out of a lot of these drivers currently. And he was amongst that battle with Racine, keep in mind, and has experiences mentioned at the high level, such as this one. It's going to be fun to see how things fare out. And yes, indeed, all the drivers are back on the circuit.
All right, we're going to be able to see if they're going to take our advice to heart here, Justin. And again, I think having this time to stop and think, maybe they have processed their thoughts as we get our safety car here at the Red Bull Ringmasters, round number 1 here of your final, round 1 of 3 at Spa-Francorchamps. Again, keep an eye on Lossos. We're going to be able to see if these guys get aggressive again, or if they're going to go again. We have you watching at home have heard this 7 times. I'm sorry. But you're like, let's go at it again. Let's fight again. Or, again, if you're that top 3, you guys have so much pace on the rest of the field. Use that. Use that to your advantage, and then have your dog fight the last couple of laps.
We'll see which drivers listen to that advice and which drivers say, you know what, let's go 5 wide to the corner.
Yeah, why not? Good TV. That's fine. I told them yesterday, if you guys get bored, just start running into each other. I don't know. Like, it made for good TV.
He, I think, was part joking.
No, absolutely not.
So either way, the iRacing safety car is off, and the cars are rolling. Green flag's back out. We're racing once more from Spa.
Oh, my God.
And a great launch for Almeida. How about a 5-car length advantage? Caron jumping up to second. Several more still side by side through a source.
Racine was caught napping there on the start. Again, he was your pole. He's one starting on the front row. I'm not sure what happened to him, but he's out here taking a snooze. Going to drop back to 4th place if he can't get clear the 55 before Rouge.
Up the hillside for the first time, back under green flag conditions, under 30 minutes now on the clock. Bad run there for Roman Yolo, sets up the run for Gagnon Renaud, trying to make it side by side. This was the mistake the mid-pack made the last time. How about
Bouchard?
He nearly made it 3 wide, Bouchard did. Bouchard thinks better of it though.
Man, guys, I know you can hear us, especially when we're not racing. They're still side by side here coming out of Lake Coombe. Ian Gagnon Renaud going to use that extra life to try to just settle in here as the top 3 drivers are starting to pull away, Justin, once again.
And
bit of contact.
Hit from behind there. The 73 hits the 23. Gagnon Renaud hit from behind hard there by Bouchard. And now that's the question, how will that car fare with the big kid? Or run it to the back of the pack?
Man, I'm not sure if this is correct, but I don't think so. As again, just run around his cage there a little bit as Brandon Hawkins getting the elbows out. My man from Lindsay, Ontario, the number 99, has moved forward here a little bit. Going to have to fight off these hard chargers of Levesque and the 8th place position. It's being scored as Almeida, but I do believe he ended up clearing the 55 and is actually in. Did he get to the lead? Is he leading the race?
No, Almeida is the leader still.
Okay.
Caron
like,
is
in second. This dude's a freak if he got to the lead after that start. I don't know how he pulled that off.
28 minutes to go, coming up on the clock with the first lap back under green flag conditions. It's almost a repeat of the initial start to this race, where the top 3 break away, 4th on back squabble, breaks things up.
Again, same song, different chorus, except for Andrew Caron is in the 2nd position. The driver who took advantage the most out of the initial squabbling there in your top 3, again, I think has the probably most to gain here. Again, starting, I believe, in the 3rd position. So he's moved up 1 from that awful start from Mazin Fazuli. I don't know if he just didn't see the flag. I don't know if he was just kind of not paying attention, but definitely got caught napping. Luckily for him, he's still in the draft of that lead pack. He's still going to be leading those top 3 cars, as again, our scoring ticker is incorrect at the top. But we do have our top 3 is the exact same as before, just Andrew Caron in the 2nd position.
And keep in mind, he told me coming into this week he felt confident but a bit stressed because he had to be on his best form when it came to the knockout round to make it here. And as this is also his first time, the live event competition, where it's out of his comfort zone of what he usually does and how he deals with pressure.
I mean, with regular esports, Justin, you bring a keyboard, you bring a controller, and you're good to go. With sim racing, it's just not that simple. Luckily, again, we want to shout out to one of our wealthy sponsors of Apex V2R, was able to get these guys set up and as comfortable as they can be. But at the end of the day, you're not in your room, you're not at home. This is a huge change for all 8 of our drivers out here today, and great job from all of them to get as custom as they can. But Andrew, again, it's something huge on your side. This isn't my wheel, this isn't my pedals. It feels close, but it's still not exactly the same. It's like when you don't put enough salt in your soup, you know what I mean? You're just a little bit, something missing. So if he can make that work, I think that's also something that's going to be talked about a lot today, is that adaptability into the rig and into this land format that we have today.
You put salt in your soup?
Do you not flavor your food?
No!
Salt and pepper, Justin.
I never put salt in a soup before.
You're a monster. Don't go to dinner at Justin Prince's house. That's all I got out of that.
Caron, meanwhile, continues to wait patiently, and now this is the differential between the first and second starts initially, where after a couple laps they started battling back and forth, let everybody back in. Now, with Caron as that middle car, it seems he's content on saying, I'll let you lead for a little bit, I'll wait until it's the right time to get the run, it seems here. And it looks like the right time may be now, as Almeida takes the defensive line. Caron is there to the left side. Trying to keep it side by side, nearly gets into Almeida. Having a check up there, Almeida still leads. Here comes Fazui.
Caron not afraid to get the elbows out. Again, he got pinched there real hard by your leader, Almeida, but wasn't afraid to keep the nose in. But Fazui now going to try to make up on the mistake or on the missed opportunity of Andrew Caron. Andrew Caron gives him all the room in the world and actually holds it to him on the outside. A little bit of contact from Racine Fazui, not afraid to push Arth, now third place driver of Andrew Caron, off the track a little bit. He's going to be able to carry it on, Justin, but I'm actually surprised that Caron kept his line there. He was all but passed, and he gave Racine all the room in the world. I'm not sure if he was going for a cutback or what, but again, these guys, it looks like Andrew's kind of dropping back a little bit. I'm not sure if he's got damage.
I think he might have had a slow
down. Yes.
Yes, he was pushed off into that runoff area, right, so this will have him back off. Loses the draft as they fight side by side up the road.
So iRacing service, again, if you push a little bit too, we actually just lost third position to the 55. Ian gone to Renault, I believe.
Now,
good move from Ian.
Absolutely, and keep in mind, he's now in the midst of this pack. Why don't we get the chance to learn more about the driver you're on board with, Andrew Caron. Caron running top 5.
Just go all out, and I think there's plenty of good people here, so I think I can bring a show to the table there. My future on iRacing is starting now because this competition is so big, and with all the broadcasting and everything, I think this is awesome. It's still a passion, and I think it's something that people really have a hard time to get, but I think they see that I put a lot of time into it, and they see I really like it. So I would say I think it's the coaching with the pro, because I think that's a step for a professional career. So yeah, it means a lot to me because having all the tips from the professional and know actually what I need to do to be a professional, I think that's something that I would really like to.
Lots of good information there in regards to Andrew, and I found it interesting where he said the future for his career is
Justin,
now.
He's taking a look.
And he's looking to see the future say he's in third again, with Roman Yolo having to take the right side this time for the bus stop. Bit of a squeeze on back. Roman Yolo now with a preferred line for La Source.
Yeah, I don't know if Andrew's going to take this here again. Moving to La Source, kind of leave you as sitting duck in the Camel Straight. He's taking a peek, though. We are too wide. Oh, no, we thought we were going too wide behind, as it actually is Giuliano who is in second or third place as we move back into our leaders. There's actually been a lead change here, I believe. Actually, no.
It's 3 seconds, though, the separation between first and third.
Somebody listened to us in the break. Somebody had their earphones off. So Almeida and Fazui are now checking out. This is the top 2 drivers Again, you're going to see them maybe pull out on the Camel Straight. It's not necessarily going for a super overtake opportunity, but it does look like Racine is holding him a little tight to that right side, trying to compromise the line going into Lake Coombe. But Almeida's actually going to try to fight it on the inside here, Justin. Oh, he gets the move done in the first right-hander. Nice and clean from Almeida there in the lead position. Still your leader in race number 1.
Nice move there to be able to defend. You've seen a bit of swapping on the pylon. How about third position? That is heating up because Caron is backed as the lead car of that respective pack. Also gaining the position amongst that was Brandon Hawken, who moved up into the top 5.
Yeah, we saw Andrew Caron with silly pace in the qualifying. That don't mean nothing now that we're in the race. All these drivers behind are going to have the draft. So if Andrew's got something figured out in the corners, it's not going to matter because all those cars behind him are going to gain all that time back in the straightaway. So they could give him a hard time. They could give him a little bit of a headache here as Andrew Caron is going to try to do the... Oh, we are side by side for the lead as well.
Look at that. How about a bit of bumping and banging touch bit through the corner that time as they go back single file. They are racing very aggressively, and all that battling right on behind Caron is allowing him to have a repeat of what happened on the initial start before. Close back up on in with the leader squabbling about, as now everybody else tries to line things back up for the bus stop this time, approaching about 21 minutes to go, quickly approaching the halfway mark.
Yeah, it's going to take a slobber knocker from our first 2 drivers if we're able to get Andrew to catch up. Look how far behind he is.
It's going to take a lot of work, yes, but it's not impossible with some of the battles seen as a bit more bumping and painting for the battle for the race lead.
Yeah, not afraid to get their elbows out, these guys. Again, these cars get aero damage, so you could sacrifice your turn in with that front splitter if you get a little bit too familiar with the rear bumper of a car in front of you. But I don't know if they're just feeling each other out right now. That's something that you could do as well. It's not necessarily go for passes, but kind of see how the lead driver defends, where he likes to go in terms of responding to an attack from the chasing driver. Racine is in the driver's seat right now. He does have the control. Again, if he stays to the bumper of our leader, Justin, he's got a great chance to pass him on the white flag lap. I'm not sure if he's going to wait that long. That's putting too much pressure on one lap. But within the last 2 or 3, I think that's where he wants to get the move done. As again, you see the huge gap to Andrew Caron. He's pulling away a little bit, being followed right behind by Roman Yulo. And then the battle from that behind, 5th behind, it is. You could throw a blanket over these cars. We've got to move to the inside.
That's Bouchard sending it underneath Gagnon Renaud. A bit side by side to the 23, able to hold on, making their way through Les Combes to Malmedy. Back single file as the race leaders did not swap around this time. Too big of a distance, but Fazui is towards that back end once more of Almeida. And one of the things I found interesting mentioned by Caron in regards to your second place driver is knowing his experience with Workingham, that he is someone that can go in depth in preparation to make sure he does not leave 1/100th of a second on the table and never gives up. It's been that type of a race from Racine.
Like we talked about mentality earlier, Justin, and that's huge. That's a huge part. Even just because you fall behind a little bit, I thought besides someone taking a look there, but as we talk about mentalities and talk about mental game, that is something that you really want to keep in mind, is that it's racing. Anything can happen. Last lap, you could see the 2 leaders spin and take each other out and take the rest of the field with you. Doesn't matter if you're 1st, 5th, 8th, you cannot give up until the flag falls. Anything can happen in racing.
Here's a look from Racine on board, trying to build up the run through Blanchimont. Try and take a peek through the bus stop this time, or keep it single file once more. Bit of a check to be able to make it around the corner. Does he try and go for a bit of a dive just past halfway for the first race? No. And this is now back to the rhythm portion we talked about. Get into a rhythm, and it's the advice we talked about. Wait for the right moment to pounce, and it looks like Racine is waiting for the right moment to pounce here. As you see him biting his lip a bit, he sees a chance here, opening up the door to the right side through La Source. Fazui nearly into the inside wall, in fact, as they keep it side by side, heading towards El Rouge and Radion.
Is Fazui going to lift? He does. I don't think he has the run here, Justin. The ball is in his court. If he doesn't lift, we could see an issue, and he does. He does concede the battle for the lead for Almeida. Again, I'm not sure if he was trying to do anything, and La Sosa is not really the best passing opportunity. If you get a wicked dive, you can pull away a little bit, but you're seeing it right here. It's actually taking a look again. Big block from Almeida and saying, no, sir, I earned this lead. You have the bad start. You can stay in second. Let's see if he can clear before Lacombe. Fazui to the outside. not cool. He's still there, door to door, coming out of the S's.
Not close enough to be able to clear. Still side by side now, off towards the edge of the curbing there. Off through Ravage now. And on the outside, completes it with the later break.
The Laval native from around the outside getting the lead done. Took him 15 minutes, but he is back in where he feels his rightful position is, and that is at the front of the field.
Now it's the question, can he keep it up with still plenty of time to go? All that squabbling, though, guess who's nearly back in draft range?
Hello?
Caron is within a second because of all that fighting that just took place.
And that is the risk you play here at Spa-Francorchamps. Again, I don't know if Rasim just trying to make a statement here. We have 15, or just over 16, sorry. Reading's hard. Yes. 16 minutes left of this race number 1 here. We still have 2 races left to go, but a big 10 points available right now for Rasim Fazui, who's pulling away a little bit, Justin. Not by a ton, but more than a couple car lengths. We haven't seen the lead battle open up this much yet today.
That was a great second sector from Fazui. As of note, one of the drivers in studio, I think, just had a sigh. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the car in second now as a result of that. And keep in mind, when it comes to Racine, he had talked about how he felt it could be twitchy on entry. And essentially, if a driver, say, plans a lot of oversteer mid-quarter by over-rotating, it's potential to lose the back end. He seems very stable and comfortable with how this is handling for his car now amongst that top 3 just about from the start.
I wonder if he was just doing some reconnaissance behind Almeida. I wonder if he was just kind of feeling him out, seeing where he was fast, where he was slow, and said, I'll go when I'm ready. And then finally got fed up and sitting behind him because it almost looks like he's still got that half a second lead. And in a race where these guys are so close, especially at the front, we saw our qualifying times less than a tenth between first and second place. So I don't know if he's just feel comfortable, as we actually may see that gap come down a little bit here going onto the Kemmel Straight, as he's going to have a monster run as we get a view from Andrew Curran in the back.
Andrew Curran with a great view, trying to pull up into the slipstream as they try to dart around a little bit, staying single file this time into Colm. And Andrew's taking the curbs very hard here, not taking anything for granted, it looks like, trying to get as much as he can handle amongst those curbs. Here's the look from him in the bottom left.
Yeah, using up all that Belgian real estate, trying to get to the back of these 2 lead drivers. He looks like he's making up a lot of ground in turn entry. I'm not sure if he's just saved a little bit of his front tires. Again, there is tire wear that will come into a play here. It's not a huge factor, but if you could save a bit of heat and now overheat those front tires, you can use them when it comes to your advantage. We talked about that in the top of our broadcast. Yeah. And from what I'm seeing here, Justin, is that Andrew Caron is just climbing on them in turn entry. So he's not really got it in mid and exit, but you can see him close just a little bit, maybe by about quarter, half a car, every heavy braking zone.
And keep in mind, with some of the races seen with this car, the best can limit that fall to maybe a couple tenths at the most. If you don't get the preparation, it can be much more than that. So that preparation in turn is so critical to make sure you know what to expect if you burnt the tires too much, or to be able to limit that fall off attempt. As now that top 2 still separated 0.4 of a second, under 15 minutes now on the clock for the first race of the day here at Spa.
Yeah, again, it's kind of same song, different chorus for what we saw earlier. Top 2 running away with it. Andrew Caron in a league of his own as we have a move for 4th. No, just a little bit of a change of line. Yeah. As Romagnolo and Hawken, the big schmoover here today, up into P5 for Brandon Hawken. Again, that's not, it might be a little unrealistic to go for the top spot of the board, but P5 is still decent points overall.
It absolutely is. You finish in 5th, that's 4 points scored total. First race of 3 for today. A bit of a mistake there, though. Almeida nearly hit the wall.
Yeah, again, one of these drivers, part of the speed, Justin, we talked about it a little bit before. You got to use all the racetrack. Track limits are tight here, but that doesn't mean you don't push every single time you get that car out on the racetrack. So you're going to see them. I wouldn't be surprised if you see someone just kiss that inside wall at Los Osos. We see over the curb there into Radillon before the internet yells at me. It is Radillon. But again, just seeing Hawken just kind of stalking his prey right now. And Romagnolo in the 55 machine.
And that is Hawken indeed trying to get that slipstream on forward. Here's a look at Hawken. Looking nice and calm in terms of his facial emotions, where, keep in mind, he's coming off an absolutely huge 2020 and a good 2021, where the past couple years he has gone from winning one of the premier series in one of the smart sports cars in terms of league racing, to being one of the fastest drivers in anything you put him behind. He can drive stock cars. He can drive open wheel cars. He can drive sports cars. He is a former go-kart racer. He can drive anything.
The jack of all trades, but we found the master of Porsche GT3. Just taking a look at his dashboard there, you see in the right circle, right next to the gear counter, 219.84 from Brandon Hawken. I looked in when we were following Caron. Caron did a 219.80. So Caron was in a league of his own in qualifying, and if Brandon's able to match the pace that P3 is, he's looking really good right now to maybe steal this 4th spot for Romagnolo and even go up for a podium spot. Again, not a win, but it's got to be, accumulating points.
That would be huge for him. Let's take the chance to learn more about Brandon Hawken from Lindsay, Ontario.
My name is Brandon Hawken. I'm from Lindsay, Ontario. So yeah, I've always had a passion for racing since I was very little, and I've just loved cars, driving cars, going fast. So iRacing's the perfect perfect thing for that. So man, the prize would be incredible. I'm just happy to be here. But if we could walk away with $5,000 and some coaching from some of iRacing's best, that would be incredible. Yeah, I just like to continue just racing. It doesn't matter what it is. Any car, any track. Love league racing and competitions, and something like this is incredible. I've never been a part of any in-person esports events, so if there's any more of these, I definitely love to do them.
And when it comes to Brandon Hawken, you heard it through his voice. Very happy to be here, but also his positivity is very infectious. He's known for being one of the most positive drivers in the entire sim like that.
Oh man, he's a sweetheart. I only had the pleasure of meeting Brandon yesterday. We were got a little bit familiar on Twitter, but moving into today. But just meeting him for the first time yesterday and being able to talk to him face to face again, he's just so grateful, so appreciative. However, a lot of these drivers seem to be like, oh hey, how you doing? And then as soon as there's a term we use in motorsport, putting the visor down, completely different human being. We saw it earlier in the run. I thought he'd go like his personality, a little bit more timid, a little bit more go for moves, but wait for the door to be wide open. No, he's not afraid to push the door open.
Exactly, especially when the points are on the line. We're now down to 10 minutes on the clock, keep in mind. Zui currently holds on to the lead by about half a second over Almeida. Caron in third is now within that main group. Forfan back, needs to close up a couple seconds to get within the draft. So now it's the question. How do you play this out? When do you think is the green light to send it if you're, say, Almeida, who runs behind?
Almeida's got to close the gap a little bit. I mean, Fuzui was in his head for the first half of this race. He was right on his bumper, not afraid to fill that rear view camera in the dash and just say, hey, buddy, I'm here and I'll go when I'm ready. So I think Suello, he could prepare an attack whenever he wants, but I think the smart move is to get to that leader and do the exact same thing as we see a little bit of a run here on the right side of your screen, battle for 6th place.
That is Evaek, who's trying to close up some slipstream on Bouchard. It's close enough to send it. No, not quite yet. And this is now back to that tempo where if you mess up in the second sector, lose that chance to send it the next couple afterwards. Now it's going to be the mark of making sure you pick those spots too, because you do it too early, you put yourself back up for grabs to either not have a chance like that again or have your opponent pass you back.
Yeah, it's all dependent on which driver and where they feel confident. That's why I think Fuzui waited a little bit and said, I think I'm faster everywhere, so I'm going to go now and see if I can pull ahead of Almeida. But Almeida he's catching a little bit. He's halved that gap, Justin. I think he was just a middle of 6/10 back. Now he's 3/10 back. So he's running on with Guillaume Levesque. He's going to take a look in the inside of the 73, who's in the dirt. Maybe he stayed out a little bit too late last night. The 73 is actually Guillaume, and the 888 thinks better of it, lifting off just a little bit. 73 dipping 2 tires off there on the Camel Straight, which I would have had the door wide open. I think Guillaume just playing it smart, waiting a little bit longer.
I think he just reached him towards the back half of the Camel Straight, where it would have still been a difficult move to get the brakes locked in tightly there, as we see the tight racing amongst the top 3 once more.
Yeah, number 6, Andrew Caron. I cannot give him enough praise again. If I'm the top 2 right now and I got hunted down from that far back, I'd be a little bit nervous. Caron, again, is the outside shot, I would say, for the win at this point, but he is definitely in the pictures. They've pulled 4 seconds on Brandon Hawken, who got the move done up into P4. But Andrew Caron is definitely one of the strongest drivers. I mean, we of course have our leader and our second place driver, but they've been in the league of their own the whole race. Andrew Caron has had to fight adversity to get back into the picture here.
Especially with the troubles early on, then having to work through the mid-pack, then having the help of some of the hard fighting that helped him get back in the draft. It's been a similar case now in this part of the race. It's been that type of a race so far for Andrew in his case, where he looks for that one chance to go for an opportunity with still plenty of time left to go. Behind them, meanwhile, it was Romagnolo and Hawken who were fighting side by side. This is a replay down the Camel Straight. As you see, Hawken times it up, makes the move, clears the pass.
Yeah, dust his hands off. Job done there for Brandon Hawken. Again, just playing it smart, keeping it patient, and using these long straights here at Spa-Francorchamps to his advantage. He has moved up for a ton of spots here in the main race, as these 3 top drivers, however, just keep getting closer and closer. However, 4th and 5th of Hawken and Romagnolo, it says 4 seconds on the timing board, but they're still very much in the picture. We get some Doran, some beating and banging here in the last 6 minutes of this race. They're not completely out of this yet. I'd say that it's a long shot, but definitely not impossible.
I was about to say, there is that opportunity where if anything happens here, especially with the top 2, you have Andrew, who's the first popcorn seat, and this is the second popcorn seat, which they are still battling for the popcorn. Romagnolo makes the move.
Smart. I think Hawken actually lifted out a little bit earlier there. There's no point in fighting Romagnolo right now. If they want to tussle, they can tussle, but they still have a little bit of a buffer on 6th. I believe that is Bouchard in 6th place.
Yes.
So, why are we fighting this hard for 5th when we can just take off and go at it later? So right now, I think it's maybe a little bit of a chess measuring contest between Romagnolo and Hawken, saying anything you can do, I can do better. So, Mick gets the pass done. Hawken says, all right, buddy, if you want 5th, you can have it. But Hawken now has the opportunity to fight back again on the Camel Straight, either next lap or whenever he's ready.
And keep in mind, when it comes to Romagnolo, we talked about how he felt his racing maturity was a positive part of things. He also has that experience of racing at the real world track, where you have essentially the opportunity to see your competitors, have a physical connection potentially between them on the track, let's put it that way.
Physical connection.
And it's where, in turn, he's got that experience which some of the others have talked about and mentioned do not.
Yeah, again, like just different kind of racecraft. You can build that racecraft on the sim, but you're starting from scratch. When the difference between not finishing a race and going home with a broken arm is the difference, you kind of develop racecraft at a completely different rate. So, Romagnolo may have that, but again, he may also know within the sim, I can push a little bit harder. I can get a little bit feistier. I can, push it a little of the corner. I can do stuff I couldn't do in real life. However, Brandon Hawken, again, is in the driver's seat right now for that 5th position. But it looks like, Justin, that backpack of Bouchard, Levesque, and Ian Gagnon-Renault are kind of close. Not so much Ian, but the other 2 drivers behind him are right there.
So they're staying close together with that in part effect of the draft indeed, as down to 4 minutes. It's going to be tight on how many laps estimated coming up here. So it will be close, I believe, on that mark, keep in mind. And that's going to also determine where you make a move. Speaking of moves, towards the lead pack. Now, will Almeida try and find something around? Here comes the move now for Caron, 2nd position. Up through Lecombe, off to Melmedy, back to single file. Caron nearly slides off the track.
Big slide from Almeida there, just kept it. Caron, I think, just had thought better of it. Again, if these guys fight too hard, they're gifting the win Fuzui. There has to be such a balance.
Oh, a big bobble there.
Ooh, door open for the number 6 car. Andrew Caron said, excuse me, sir, you can't be doing that. This is Red Bull Ringmasters. You cannot be making mistakes with 3 minutes left in the race. The gap now has opened to the leader, Justin. Do they hook up and try to get back to the leader, or just kind of accept that this is a fight for 2nd now?
Absolutely huge mistake, especially with the chance of your 2 to go or 1 to go when they reach the start and finish line coming out of the bus stop. Now that separation, about a full second, it will take a lot of effort to get back in the full draft, to have a shot to be able to pounce back there now with under 3 minutes to go. Fuzui looking comfortable, has made minimal mistakes. throughout the second half of the race in particular as he tries to run away from this.
Caron like a shark right now, smelling blood in the water. You know, you put the pressure on that lead vehicle, and when you see him make a mistake as a result of your pressure, it's just, you're scheming, you're rubbing your palms together, saying, I'm right in this guy's head. I have rant free in Almeida's head right now. Can Almeida kind of push that mistake aside and continue on this run for second place? I think it'd be a little bit smarter for these two guys to, if we don't get one to go here.
Keep an eye on Barney. They make their way around battle for second. Now down the front, there is the white flag waving. Barney the flagman waving the flag heavily around that finish line. As now we're down to the estimated final lap. The battle for second continues. Fuzui looks to run away to secure the first win of the day.
We have a driver. Final lap here again, as you said, Justin. I think the battle, we got both battles on deck for you. Battle for second on the left, battle for fourth on the right. We're going to see some moves here in the Camel Straight. I'm not sure if Caron is close enough to be able to get him before Lake Coombe. So he is going to go. You have no choice. This is your best part of the track. He's right on the bumper of second place of Almeida. Almeida's going to go defensive, go to the right side. Caron says, all right, pal, I'm going to go to the left, as we still have side-by-side as well for fourth. Tons of battles on the racetrack right now.
Look at that move for second. Able to hold on for now, but it's not over for fourth yet. Hawken nearly bumped off the track. Romagnolo sticks to the right side. Hawken with the big squeeze. Ooh. Near contact as Hawken clears.
Just gave him the room there. I think Romagnolo could have ended Hawken's day right there if he would have stayed in it. Chose to let him come back. Good sportsmanship from Romagnolo there, but Hawken in the driver's seat for fourth place right now. Can he hang on to it for sector 2, sector 3? This battle, there's a hot battle for second place, but we got 4 cars fighting for fifth right now, Justin. Hawken in fifth place. Romagnolo right on his tail. Right behind him, we got Bouchard on the Vec trying to push up to, you know, anything could happen here. You could go from 7th to 5th right now.
These are valuable points, keep in mind, especially to try and bring forward some consistency to for races 2 and 3. One more big opportunity for all these drivers to leapfrog one another, all while Fuzui has picked up 2+ seconds. Romagnolo still playing defensive, now getting ready for the run out of Stavelot, now for Blanchimont, coming up in the next couple corners.
Yeah, this is going to be where we take a look at our leader. Racim Fuzui has just taken advantage of that mistake from our second place driver and pulled away. It is, unless there's a major issue for Racim here, going to be the favorite who is going to be taking the checkered flag here in race number 1, scoring 10 points. But Andrew Caron trying to look for third place, going defensive.
Big moves behind, able to hold on for second. But Racim Fuzui, he'll come across the stripe here. Checker flag waves. Racim Fuzui starts the Red Bull Rain Masters with a victory at Spa.
Good run to the line there for second. I don't think Caron got him. Gonna have to take a look, but ended up getting a great run out of the bus stop as Racim Fuzui making the best of that bad situation on the start as Almeida gets Caron by less than a tenth, half a tenth of a second at the line.
Absolutely incredible fighting there. Of note, Hawken is able to hold on to the 4th position too, but it's Racim who gets to celebrate the first victory of the day. He was seen as the favorite by all of his competitors. He proved it here.
Yeah, just super mature drive. Did a really, really great job, and P1 for Racim Fuzui. Great way to start the day.
Indeed, and you can see very calm actually after that victory in terms of his reactions here after such a strong run and playing the right moves here to be able to take this checkered flag.
Yeah, I mean, I think he knew that win was his with a couple laps to go. So you got a lot of time to kind of calm yourself down. Once he saw that big scrap for second place, yeah, you just was kind of had to set sail there as we see a move here. I think this is the battle for fourth.
Yes, it is.
Hawken's going to defend on the inside. Romagnolo go to the left, and they go 3 wide. That's a great place to put a graphic. As just, again, Hawken not afraid to
look at that,
the
though.
nose.
Bouchard got
spun.
spun.
The line.
Bouchard did get spun at the very end there. He's not going to be too pleased on that.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, though. It's the last lap, 30 minutes races or 40-minute races. Not a whole lot of time to get things done, especially at Spa. Again, it's really hard to run away from guys here. So just kind of got checked up there. I don't think it was anything serious. I don't think you're going to wreck a guy for 7th. But
it was still an exciting race. Let's put it that way.
It was excellent.
Great action all throughout the field. Lots of great stories. And now for some lots of good momentum built up for the rest of the day.
Yeah, just super, super great setting the tone for the race again. Didn't think we'd see a lot of racing till the last 10 minutes, and actually most of our racing came at the start and in the middle of the race.
Yeah.
The end, we saw that great battle for fourth, but up at the front, it was the cooler heads prevailed, and Racine Fazuli, again, such a mature drive, and getting that poor start off the line, Justin, doing the best of a bad situation, just being smart, gathering it back up, and taking P1 today.
Meanwhile, standing by with your race winner, Camille is now joined by Racine Fazuli.
All right, I have Racine here. Racine, what an interesting start to the race to then finishing off in first. What were the pressure points for you in that race?
I had a lot of just the general pressure of getting used to the sim, but I want to first and foremost say that I apologize to Andrew. It's a bummer what happened on the exit. I thought it was clear, and my spotter told me I was wheel to wheel, front wheel to back wheel. So I try my best to battle with Suelio. Otherwise, I wouldn't have battled with him. Trying to make a gap. Try my best to battle with Suelio to slow us down so that Andrew could catch up, because I believe he took a slowdown exit T1. But yeah, it's a tough track. Spa is a difficult track, especially with a new setup. You don't know who's where around, because you're not as used to as if it was back home. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the second one and try to make the most out of the second one cleanly, much more cleanly than I did for the first one for sure.
We had the casters talk about, this setup being a bit different than racing from home. How is it having your fellow competitors here?
All weekend has been great. Although right now, pretty sure some people mad at me, but all weekend has been fun. To actually see people in real life, other than in the sim or in the Discord, it's amazing. So I'm looking forward to the second race for sure.
All right, well, thank you for your time. I'll let you prepare for the next race while we take a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Red Bull Ring Masters. It has been an exciting competition, so why don't we take a look at the standings. We have Rasim in first place, followed by Suelo. That was a really close matchup between the two of them. Andrew is in third. Brandon is in fourth, and behind him is Giuliano in fifth, and Guion in sixth. Seventh is Ian, and Phil is wrapping up in eighth place there. It's been an exciting race. Right now we're getting ready for our second race here. The players are warming up, and while they do that, why don't we check out what Red Bull's motorsport team is up to on their day off.
Max is Monza next. The team will pick you up in 5. It's time to gear up. Location sent. Head straight there and we'll see you soon. Max, radio check.
Copy that. Just firing up. Leaving the market. I'm in the box now. See you in 5.
Have you actually parked in there?
I love surprising him.
Okay, Max. Approaching the city centre. Please try to stay under the radar.
I'll do my best, boys.
You're about to reach Spa-Francorchamps Square, the heart of Palermo.
Got it. Great spot for a little spin.
Max?
Sorry, guys. Couldn't resist.
Copy. Now head straight down this main road. We've got 3 minutes. Max, you should head to the coastal road. Nothing's stopping you now. Push, push. Everything all right?
Yes, just hit a little snack, guys. Okay, back on track.
Straight ahead. The clock is ticking.
I'm in a forest. Am I still on track?
Copy, Max. Nearly there. Keep moving forward and you'll see the Mondello Bay.
Copy that. I see the water ahead.
Good work. You're almost there.
Beach stop?
Sorry, Max. Head down and stay focused.
Okay, you're the boss.
Can you see us now?
Wait, are you picking me up in that boat?
We love surprising you too.
You guys are crazy.
We got you. Fox, Fox, Fox.
I always wondered what they were up to. Now I know they were crashing weddings and, just having pure fun in the city of Mexico. I'm actually curious, what do our boys at the desk like to do on their day off? Guys?
Well, do a lot of racing, honestly. I'm one of those who lives, breathes, and loves to do announcing in sports. And what about you, Keenan? Because I know you do a lot.
I like snacks. Snacks are great. I'm a Twitch streamer, man. Like every day I play video games, and then when I'm done playing video games, play more video games. Get stuck into the sim here. And speaking of stuck in, it is almost time to get started here with race number 2, going to be coming from Brazil in Interlagos, Autodromo José Carlos. And yes, I looked up the pronunciation of it.
Yes, indeed. So now, why don't we learn a little bit more about today's track for race number 2 at Interlagos?
Hola a todos, and welcome everyone to race number 2 of the Red Bull Ringmasters Final. We're off to South America on this mini world tour of ours. Oh yes, we're going to Brazil. Welcome to Interlagos. Interlagos translates to between the lakes, which is where Autodromo José Carlos gets its nickname. I'm not sure who decided to put it in the heart of Sao Paulo, but they sure knew how to make a racetrack. The flow at Interlagos is unmatched, which is why it is a staple of international motorsport. The first complex is named after Brazil's most famous racing driver, Ayrton Senna, and will be the only corner name I try to pronounce out of respect for every Portuguese speaker. Turn 1 will be a hot spot for overtaking, but the amount of curbing here is a great chance to fight back on the outside. All of Sector 2 gets a spotlight here. Lots of elevation change, a mix of flowing turns, and tight hairpins are what give Interlagos its notoriety. Soak it up and try not to have too much fun. The final actual turn here is Juncao, and I hope I said that right. Being patient on the entry and getting as much exit speed as possible could help you set up an overtake into turn 1. So be smart, and these positions are going to be yours for the taking. It is time for race number 3 of the Red Bull Ringmasters Final.
And a very familiar voice once more as these drivers curling in the midst of their qualifying right now to see where they'll start here. And the flow is a little bit different compared to Spa with the more technical sections, but also still some long straightaway areas where you can get the pole to try and draft off one another.
2 corrections. It's actually race number 2, and it's not pronounced Juncao. I tried once. One time, Justin. I tried to say something in Portuguese and I got it wrong. Excellent, super cool. But again, something that we touched about a little bit on the track map is it's just Sector 2 is like a mountain road here. It's very tight, as we just see our number 99, Brandon Hawken, I believe, about to prove my point as he comes into this second section here. All right, cool, never mind. We got someone out of the pits. But qualifying here is all about, again, Spa was kind of just don't overrun your track limits and be smart. But here is a little bit more the opposite. There's a lot of track limit you can play with, especially the run to Juncao is how I've been told to say it. So if you're from Brazil, you can absolutely correct me. That's fine. You want to use as much curb on the right on the entry there, and then there's just a way that it hooks up almost magically. When you get it right, there's so much speed down the main straight. And this section right here, as we go into sector number 2, it just reminds me of like a back mountain road. In drifting, we call it a toge. Is a Japanese term, but it's just a lot of flow, not that wide. You could see some more door-to-door action. We know these guys are afraid to throw hands, so may see some stamps get licked here in section 2.
One of the drivers who didn't end off race 1 the way they were hoping was Phil Bouchard, who works with some of the drivers in the field today. Let's learn more about him with some words from him.
I'm Phil, and I'm from Montreal. Honestly, I don't even know. I'm a car mechanic, so I like cars, and I found out like there was sim racing online, so I just signed up for iRacing, and here I am today. I did the PSCC. I think it was in early 2021. I finished 4th, so that's pretty much the biggest one. And today we're gonna try to beat this accomplishment, I guess. I hope a lot of action. This is the goal. You know, I'm here to try and win, so we're gonna try to send some people and get some race wins. I've always been on iRacing, so I've never really driven a real car. So like the PAF price obviously is a very nice price to have. So it would mean the world to just like transfer all what we know in sim racing to the real world.
Some great words there from Phil as he makes his way around the track, approaching halfway through the qualifying session total here with this number 73 machine. It's currently looking like he's in the midst of one of the laps, trying to get some times up on the board, and touched upon it a little bit with the flow and the rhythm of this track. This is also similar to Spa, a track where sometimes you can have that potential of off tracks come into play and cause some problems as we take a look at the times top of your screen.
Gagnon Renault actually top of the board right now with a 132.932. Levesque is in second, but I'm seeing some familiar names not present here. Caron's got a time in just behind Levesque, so we're seeing some of those guys that maybe didn't have the best Q run at Spa, making the best of a bad situation as Hawken parking it there. So we talked about it actually at Spa. Might see some times that are just deleted because of off tracks.
Exactly, and that's why you don't see that time that popped up on there yet. Racine, meanwhile, see currently trying to warm things up, get himself up to speed here and up to tempo, and he's got the momentum coming into race 2 here after the strong qualifying in the first race and in turn the strong finish of it.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of took the, well, I was going to say he took the field to task, but the qualifying was a lot closer, especially with those top 3. But just again, it's just very, very, very smart driving from Racine Fazui in the race, which is why he ended up getting that P1 spot. As he starts his qualifying run here in the Senna S's, looking pretty nice and smooth, as you would expect from the round 1 race winner here in the Red Bull Ringmasters final. As Caron actually is 0.059 behind Gagnon Renault, but this is not a 2+ minute track, Justin. These guys are going to have chances with 4 minutes left on the board. 2, maybe 3 laps, I would say, if they got out there right now.
Give or take, yes. So they have some time to work with here and play around with to be able to get themselves up to speed. And as well, here's the key thing, make sure their tires up to full temperature. There is a sweet spot where it takes a couple laps for them to work their way in before you reach that clipping point for the Q temps.
Yeah, I did. Obviously, I did the driving for these track previews, so I got a little bit of experience here. I'm not as fast. That's why I'm speaking and not driving. But for me, it was about a lap and a half before I felt the rear end was really comfortable at being the rear end of a car and not a piece of ice. So, I mean, you might see that first lap be more of a burner lap, and then the second lap that comes after that might be their quicker lap. It's not like other sports where you get one fast lap on your tires and it's done. The tires are fried. You've got a little bit more room to play with before you start seeing a little bit of speed drop off. Words are hard, apparently.
Yes.
But we have Racine Fazui, again, your number 1 in points right now, using all of the pit exit. Got a 32 to beat. 35-1 is not going to get it done for Racine Fazui.
So there's still plenty of time for him to get fully up to speed. It looked like he maybe tried to play a bit more cautiously to get that sweet spot perfectly in line for the second or third lap. Compare that to Almeida. That time by 132.9 puts him up inside the top 3 in qualified 6/100ths off Gagnon Renault currently.
We got 3 drivers in the 32 right now, Justin. Levesque is your doorman for that 32 barrier. 0.183 tenths of a second behind our current preliminary pole sitter as Fazui. I think you were right, Justin, kind of just using that first lap as a sight lap. What we saw from Almeida coming to the line is he stayed all the way to the left, and Racine did not do that. So it's a good catch from you. But I think this might be the heater here we have to expect from Racine. But we're seeing some different names at the top and very competitive in time. So yeah, he's 2.2 seconds off right now. I would expect him to close the gap here, as actually the gap is only 4 tenths all the way back in the field.
And just shows the importance of hitting your marks in qualifying with how tight things can be from the get-go, especially with the highest levels of the sim. You may see a 10 separate a top 20 or a top 30 in some major series. As we now see where Fazui goes on the clock here. Pole time currently a 132.932. He's got plenty of time to work with. Watch this run up here. Tight as he can get. Now just avoiding the pit wall. It's a 132.7. That is quick.
Yeah, my man, I don't know if he was playing games with people. They've only got a minute and 20 seconds. This is another thing, too, is there's strategy in these long qualifying sessions. Do you want to show your hand really early, and then everyone have the chance to beat you as we go on board round with Guillaume Levesque from Quebec City, the 888 machine? But that is too tense when the rest of the field is so close. Might as well be 2 years.
And that's the great point to bring up, too, because it's not just about showing the hand, as the 888 makes a stop now into the corner here before they can try and put in our time. It's also about waiting for the optimal temperatures for the track and the air, and depending on the weather conditions. That all factors in to how things can play out in a qualifying session. But Racine put in a blistering time. A 10th plus quicker than the rest of the field. Again, gets the opportunity to lead the field to the green flag as a result.
Yeah, I guess he parked his spaceship right outside because, man, I really thought that the field that Gagnon Renault actually may have brought something to in here. It's a good place for Gagnon Renault, not getting the best finish in his first race. But now that he's starting up in the top 3, he's going to have an advantage of being leading one of those 2 lines, as we saw with the last 40 seconds, Justin. No cars on track. So what we saw, I think, is what we're going to get. Another talking point, too, Brandon Hawk, I don't think he put a time in. I didn't see a time. I only saw 7 times on the board.
Absolutely huge for him. Now, we met Robert Wickens earlier, who told us a little bit about his experience with iRacing and the realism that the sim can bring. He also told a bit more later on about his experience from being a professional racer to his injury, and how iRacing has helped him stay motivated and hungry enough to get back into the race car.
Yeah, it's been quite the journey. For those who don't know me, I raced professionally in Europe for close to 10 years. Before 2018, I returned back to North America to race in the NTT IndyCar Series, which was always a bucket list thing for me to do, a childhood dream. And unfortunately, I had a very bad accident in August 2018, and it left me paralyzed and 32 broken bones. And honestly, I'm happy to be talking to you guys today because it could have gone a lot worse. I feel like I'm actually very grateful that I'm a race car driver, period. You know, if I had this kind of injury in any other sport, I wouldn't be able to return back to that same elite level. I've been using iRacing to get back into shape and to try to keep my mind as sharp as possible. And the plan is to return back to racing again one day, and hopefully soon with the use of hand controls. I mean, I'll be honest with you, none of it feels right yet. You know, I think I will use it as a metaphor recently, but it's, you know, you learn to walk at maybe a year old, you know. Imagine once you turn 30, you have to start walking with your hands and not your feet. Everyone who is an able body, the throttle is on the right, the brake is in the middle, the clutch is on the left, right? And doesn't matter what road car you jump into, what race car you jump into, that's what it is. But with hand controls, there's no curriculum for it. It's whatever that person designs at that time. With the help of Reinhardt Autosport, I got to sit in a race car for the first time since my accident, and it was fitting. We did it at Mid-Ohio, which actually was the last race I competed in prior to my injury. Driving the Hyundai Veloster TCR-N was a blast. You know, I mean, first off, Brian Herta, as most of you might know, legendary IndyCar driver. He owns a Michelin Pilot Challenge race team, Brian Herta Autosport. And he offered me the opportunity to do a track day and just to get my feet wet in a race car, because actually Michael Johnson races for his team, who is actually paralyzed himself. So the hand controls, all the systems already existed. There was, I wouldn't say I could fully immerse myself into it, because there was actually so much press there that I felt like I had like such a job to do that I couldn't really fully enjoy it for myself. All I could say is I'm a believer that hard work pays off. And I also am a strong believer that positive mind can breed positive outcome. And it's challenging, don't get me wrong. Like I have days where it's so tough to remain positive and to keep grinding, but I think it does pay off.
Truly awe-inspiring when it comes to his story. But keep in mind, he hasn't quite returned yet to the professional level racing, but there's still a lot of work to go. I'd like to thank him for taking the time to speak about his story. With that, though, it's time to get ready to turn our attention to the second race of 3 for the Red Bull Ring Masters here at Interlagos. And it was an exciting qualifying session, Errol, and now it's the matter of which drivers can get solid points for the middle round as we take a look at these drivers and how they'll line up. Racine Fazui once again starts on the pole in the number 58 machine, and Gagnon Renaud rounds out the outside of the front row, a 10th back.
Mr. Consistent, Andrew Caron is 3rd on the board. Again, get used to that. That seems to be his favorite number. As in 4th place, Suelio Amelia, who I think might have something to prove after that first race, sorry.
Guillaume Levesque starts in row 3 alongside Roman Yolo. Keep in mind, those drivers started around the same spots last time.
Bouchard and Hawken are going to take the last places on the board. Again, Hawken, I don't think ended up setting a time in qualifying. Expect the guys to be looking up moving towards the front.
So that's a look top to bottom at your running order. Drivers are already rolling for their pace lap to prepare for this action. Quick thoughts before we take the green flag.
I'm so glad to hear from Robert. I went to his racing school when I was younger, and just to be able to see him in a race car was so moving. So we're all pulling for you, Robert, and we'll hope to see you in a race again soon. But again, some familiar faces up at the front and some new faces up at the front. So I think you're going to be able to see those guys who maybe didn't have the best race 1 try to get super aggressive on the race 2. But this isn't as draft locky as Spa is. So we might have to see them get a little bit more aggressive early on.
So the drivers now coming out of the final few corners here behind the iRacing safety car. So he controls the field to the left side of the racetrack. Gagnon Renaud controls it to the right side. The question's going to be, how will race 2 fare out? We're about to find out that answer. Heading off towards the pit lane goes the iRacing safety car. Barney the flagman ready to go to signal the start of the second race of 3 for the national finals for the Red Bull Ring Masters. Now that safety car moves underneath the white line as Fazui ready to hit the gas.
Holding them a little here, Justin, just kind of keeping it. We are
waiting for the moment for the green flag here, taking their time. Now they're jetting out for the green flag. We're underway, already near 3-4 wide, heading off through Senna S.
Very clear and consistent at the top, but all to play for. Bouchard, I think, goes 1 and sent to 3 wide. We got contact. 2 cars around in turn number 1.
Almeida's one of them. Roman Yolo's the other one. Major trouble for them. Caron now fighting hard for position with the 23. That's for second.
The race already over for 2 of our drivers, but race still very much on for your leader, Racine Fazuli. Ian Gagnon Renaud in second place. Caron actually making the best of that start and staying in his rock-solid 3rd place position.
So a clean start for the number 6 machine. Not so much for some of the other machines in the midst of that pack. And we're expecting the potential of craziness to start off race 1. Instead, it comes at the start of race 2 to the point where Roman Yolo is 5+ seconds behind. Almeida nearly 3 seconds behind the leader from that.
Yeah, and you see some other names up there. Brandon Hawken finding his way, I believe, to 5th place.
Yes.
8th to 5th in half a lap. The man from Lindsay, Ontario, trying to make the best of a bad situation in qualifying and up into the top 5.
Still looking at that battle for second, meanwhile. Caron still trying to find a way around the 23. It's been a couple different peaks here and there. No run quite yet. Levesque is also still in this grouping, as well as Brandon Hawken. So now, here they come towards the end of the first lap. One of the longest places to try and build up a run. Off to start off the next lap, the 6 machine trying to build up that run to see if anyone can catch back up to Racine.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Caron maybe be patient here, but I got to imagine he's getting tired just into finishing 3rd place. A man's finished 3rd place at this point 4 times in a row, including the knockout round leading up to the Red Bull Ring Masters final. A lot of curb there. In turn 1 is, I think, a mistake from Ian, and Caron again making the best of a mistake from the other driver, and now he's in 2nd place and with a bit of a gap.
What a move there and what a mistake for the 23 so early on. Levesque nearly hits him as well in the battle for third position. Brandon Honkin looks to leapfrog as well. So we take a look at the replay of the start, and it all started with some drivers taking 3-4 wide down the front.
I mean, those drivers at the back just thinking they had to make a move. Look at Bouchard all the way on the right of your screen. Think maybe just trying to fit 4 into 1, just did not work. And unfortunately, I believe it was Roman Yolo who got the worst of that.
He's still for the second back. Meanwhile, that battle continues. Yolan Renaud still tries to hug the left side of the racetrack, right side of the racetrack, swings back in the direction of the 888 machine. Brandon Honkin now dives his way underneath.
I'm wondering if Ian got some sort of track cut penalty, because he didn't just back off, he backed way off. So he ends up losing a ton of spots here, back into 4th place from 2nd on the grid, but it's free money for everybody else in the field right now.
It's free real estate. Couple laps in, now we're already 3 minutes plus off the clock now, as Yolan Renaud tries to get back into the rhythm here, with Hawkin trying to find a later leapfrog on forward. Crazy start, let's put it that way. And what do you think goes to the mind of a driver knowing this kind of craziness can start as we take a look at our replay?
I see a nice clean start, and that number 73 machine saying, hello, I'm here. And again, just pinching as we see the cars, again, 4 into 1 there, very tight. This track is not that wide, as Almeida, I think, Roman Yolo got the worst of it. Almeida was also way at the front, so just snooze and caught napping on that start. And unfortunately, he's still in this field, Justin, but he's got a lot more work to do. Got 36 minutes to do it, so it's not impossible. But I think the best finish he can hope for here, unless Caron or Vazui make a huge mistake, is 3rd instead of paying the potential round win.
Here's the look from your race leader. Meanwhile, it's 1.4 seconds the gap between Vazui and Caron. And that is continuing to slowly move on ahead with the number 58 machine. He just marks in full stride with a lot of clean track. Picked up 2/10 now this sector.
Man, again, he's just on one here. I think this is the worst case scenario for the rest of the field, because he already had 2/10 on the field in qualifying. As Caron, again, trying to use that. We saw it a little bit at Spa, where he really has pace on brake entry. So we're seeing a little bit of gap come down in the heavier braking zones and into corners, but coming out of the corners and in your more flowy sections, Vazui is actually pulling away.
He, meanwhile, continues to hold on to the main pack's main position, but how long does everyone remain patient here? Ian Gagnon Renaud going for the peak now. The long way around, potentially for Senna S. Quebec-based driver now with the right side of the racetrack, keeping it side by side. A bit of a squeeze. Trying to pinch him off is the 888. Ian Gagnon Renaud not giving up easily, though, but doesn't have the run.
Oh, he's got a car behind him, I believe, too. Go with a little bit of a push that's going to create some air, some draft. The 888 machine is going super defensive. Actually, they are 4x4.
2x2, in fact, yes.
Those are numbers.
Brandon Hawkin, a bit of a bump right there as well between the 888 and the 23. Almeida is now back in the thick of things to score solid points here. Meanwhile, because of all this, he's now trying to gain a couple positions as still side by side. Now it's Honkin looking to make the move as another peak.
Man, we saw them get aggressive in race 1. They're getting aggressive again in race 2. As again, take a look there. The 73 of Bouchard is right there. So it is throw a blanket over these 5 cars. These guys battling is actually going to let everyone else. It's going to let Roman Yolo, the one who caught the worst of that catch-up race. We still have cars side by side.
Exactly what he was hoping for. And now it's back single file just about amongst these cars. Bouchard is the next car close on behind. And now as things settle down a touch bit amongst this battle, and after losing several spots, why don't we learn about the driver who just got shuffled about there?
So my name is Ian Gagnon-Renaud, and I'm from Montreal. I think this is my biggest accomplishment. Being top 8 in Canada is amazing, and I'm very glad to be here. And I mean, I think the prize for this one is pretty big. It's an opportunity to race in a real car in real life, which I never did. Maybe I try to control my aggressiveness, but I think I'm aggressive and I'll try to take the opportunity when they present, and I think this is really important when you try to be the top level. If I can still be in the top 8, I think that's going to be a really, really nice goal, and just still being at the top, at the level I am right now, it's something I'll try to keep.
So great words there once again from Ian, who is now lined up amongst this battle in 6th position. Again, this is 3rd on back currently. Brandon Hawkins now trying to find a way to jump ahead from the cork in the bottle to the point where they have lost nearly 5 full seconds to the leaders.
Yeah, I think it's over for these guys thinking they're going to make a push for the lead. You got to salvage what you can. This is kind of not what they were looking for, Hawken and Levesque, but you think of those guys that got caught up in that first turn wreck. Their race was over. The fact that these guys have fought so hard that someone like Roman Yolo is back in this thing is a huge deal. And we've got, again, 6 cars nose to tail here with just about 10 minutes. We've got about 8 minutes of actually off the clock with 32 minutes left to go. So still lots of race left. And I mean, you're going to see some of these guys starting to get aggressive here soon, especially, again, championship implications going into round number 3 as well.
Especially with some of these drivers like Hawken having 5 points last race scored. You have Levesque who scored 3 points. A couple things to consider there, and in turn, if you want to show a solid showing in this type of event, you need to score decent points throughout all the races, because a lot of drivers and a lot of different groups who may be watching along may be thinking about future there in that regard. They still stay single file here.
I think for that reason alone, JP, you're going to have to look at that number 1 car. He's got the most to lose points-wise. If we've got maybe just a peek on the outside from Brandon Hawken, trying to impose his will on the outside here, but he's going to be on the outside for the next 2 corners. Can he carry the speed? A little bit of a push there, saying, excuse me, Brandon. That move was never on, and there he is, Almeida, the 1 car on the outside.
And Almeida's got some damage
he gets the position, too.
It's not quite done yet, though, for Almeida. And Hawken, though, Almeida's still hugging the right side of the racetrack. Hawken trying to take the long way now for the corner. Loses the spot through turn 10 as they approach turn 11. And Guillaume continues to hold on here because of the fighting with everybody else behind him.
Yeah, my friend at the front of the CN train here, as we're in the town of the CN Tower, as being able just to hang on to this 3rd place. But again, Almeida, I just talked about it, has the most to lose here. If he can salvage a P3, not the best situation, but he's still in the hunt. If he ends up being 5th, 6th, 7th, it may be a 2-horse race for this Ringmaster title.
Exactly. And he's doing all this, mind you, with the damage from before, as mentioned. Hawken lines back up still amongst this choo-choo train for the time being, in that effect for now. And we talked a little bit about some of these competitors and how they feel and how some of them approach today's action. For Phil, meanwhile, keep in mind, he's still amongst those who need something after his spin at the end of the first one, as here comes the overtake you've just seen there with the 23 now on Brandon Hawken.
Oh,
everybody's running Brandon Hawken wide.
Brandon's got to stop being the... Oh, he's still there. He's holding this position on the outside. Big risky move from Brandon Hawken there. The 23 car is the only... Daniel Renault just gave him enough room, as there's still... You can only put a piece of paper between these 2 cars. They are not afraid to get up close and personal. As Phil Bouchard going to take a look on the inside now, not quite get it done. He's going to have the outside through this nice flowing left-hand hairpin and not going to be able to keep this speed. I was just about to say, Brandon Hawken's got to start imposing his will here. He's got to start presenting himself to these guys.
Oh, look, and Aracendo. Romagnola's now joining it after running last since his lap 1, turn 1 incident. Romagnola's now passed on by, and the 73's now at the back of the train.
The return of Romagnolo. Keep an eye on that 55 machine. Justin, you, as anybody else, like any other sim racer here, you get punted turn 1, and especially if it's none of your doing, you have 2 mindsets. Either give up or you come back twice as hard. This 55 machine already making an overtake. I would say that's not the last we're going to hear of him today.
They're not done yet up the road. Take a look at that. Brandon Hawkins having the popcorn seat for that battle for 3rd. Levesque tried to take the defensive line, couldn't make it work. Almeida is back into the podium positions for race 2.
It's absolutely where he needs to be. Again, you got to think long-term here for Zui and Coronas, but just their gaps kind of staying, which is why we haven't focused on them at all. All the action on track is this huge battle for 3rd place. It's Almeida. You have to 23 taking a look at the inside. Can he pull it off clean and clear before the corner? But they're going to have a run coming out of the corner of Hawken. Hawken again just get taken for a ride here today.
And you can see from Almeida, it's runaway mode with all that squabbling, with clean track ahead to the tune of about 6 seconds, 6-7 seconds. What a recovery for Almeida so far, and showing why he is one of the fastest drivers here and was one of the contenders entering today's action, known for his speed with a Porsche.
Yeah, speed's one thing, but patience is another. I think he knew he had pace on these guys here in the midfield and was just taking his time getting through the field. Again, those top two, unless there's a big issue here where we get another reset like we saw in race number 1, they're not catching it. I hate to break it to you folks. It's just not going to happen. So this really smart move, I'm sorry, Justin. This really smart move here from Almeida to like, this is going to be my optimal position now. I'll take my time, and now he's there, and I already see a gap opening.
See that pulling on forward indeed for Almeida. That continues to fall on for the time being amongst that slipstream to try and see if he can do anything here after decent points scored, as mentioned, with the 6th place run at Spa. And now you have to keep in mind too, we mentioned this with Spa, we've mentioned it a little bit, you take the wrong time to try and bounce on back, you lose potential points. If you say go with the cooperation and essentially make your enemies your friends, you can essentially work back together and get into a rhythm. As you see, his rhythm includes wearing a hat.
But I'm not sure if we can drive up 8 seconds. I'd love to see it. It'd be very exciting to see it. But the two guys in front, again, Corona has not been able to put pressure on our leaders since they've kind of got some breathing room. The gap's kind of stayed where it is. Unless Racim is saving, which I don't think he would be. I think he's just checking out and trying to drive consistent now. I think our main battle is going to be for 3rd, unless Corona finds a little bit extra in the last half.
And keep in mind, when it comes to Guillaume, with some of the things discussed with him, he mentioned, of course, the pressure of making it forward. He was looking forward to this experience to race like this because he, for the most part, races on the sim, but he also has some experience to racing road bikes, funnily enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that would transfer over. Maybe just being able to feel weight transfer in the bike a little bit more than in the car, but any sort of real racing gets you into that. We talked about it earlier with Romagnolo. It's just racecraft. That's an invaluable asset.
Let's get the chance to learn a little bit more about him as he battles amongst this battle for 3rd.
Yes, my name is Guillaume Lévesque. I'm from Quebec City, Canada. When I was a kid, I was playing like Forza and arcade game, and I found iRacing and then never looked back. My biggest accomplishment in iRacing is for sure Porsche Canada Esports Sprint Challenge. I finished 3rd in the championship, so yeah, that's my biggest. When I'm starting to get ready to race, it's not like big thing. Like I just put my race boot, my gloves, and it's gonna be a tough one, especially because it's not our system. So that will be the first thing, and after that will be competition around here. Like the 7 other guys are really quick, so it's gonna be tough, but I think I have a shot.
And he mentioned that battle in the Sprint Challenge in particular.
Ooh,
Guess who it
sideways.
was? That was with the 3rd place cars. Yes, he did see that slide a bit. That was Hawken, I believe, who just got it really loose in the backdrop there. He's at the back of the train now.
I think he completely lost it. I don't know what happened. We definitely saw a big slide. These cars don't have the steering
Take
lock.
a look.
Oh, did he get tapped by the 55?
Got a little help.
Romagnolo, he definitely is sniffing.
Got a little help the corner before. Then the next corner, did he get some big help? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I would say that's definitely a crisp handshake. Brandon Hawken, just tough luck today. Everyone's just rubbing elbows with Hawken. Just big dive from the 55 of Romagnolo. Again, he's going to have that mentality of I got taken out, I got to move up. And Hawken just didn't see him coming and went to close the door. And unfortunately, the foot was already in.
So 2 Ontario-based drivers making contact there. Meanwhile, Gagnon Renaud going for the send now on the 888. Guillaume with the squeeze, and yet again, nearly off towards the runoff area. Now making their way towards turn 6 and 7. Ian, looking like he's one of the more aggressive drivers this entire race, where he is not leaving anything for granted. You open the door, he'll keep it side by side and use the doors like that.
What a save by Levesque. As Romagnolo takes another look, he got away with it last time, trying to put the door on him. He took all that curb and more, but Levesque is able to hang on for now, but he's going to have a little bit of a push here.
Romagnolo still trying to find a way to poke around, not giving it up. Again, another hard send. That could compromise the line for the corner, and has to back off there. Bring the 73 back into the fight. Remember, Hawkin 2 seconds back of all this after his mistake just moments ago. Approaching halfway through this race, and now these drivers looking to have a little bit of fun, let's put it that way, amongst these battles here. I'm curious what the conversations will be after a race like this and say, hey, you weren't afraid to use that door several times, weren't you?
Yeah, I think the last race was a little bit more funny, haha, and I think they're getting a little bit more serious now as we close to the conclusion of our event. But Romagnolo's got another run on the 88 AAA machine, and then he doors him. He just turns left into that AAA machine of Levesque. I'm not sure if Levesque just kind of held him out wide, or Romagnolo just assumed he was going to turn in earlier. Lost a ton of time from that move, Justin.
And that was big contact for Romagnolo, too, to the point where he is now up for attack for 6th position. That is Bouchard, you see, trying to get the run behind that 888 machine. 888 now looking to run away. Guillaume pulls off and away. As a result of that, meanwhile, as you've seen there, splash touch, Romagnolo is able to defend in the battle for 6 for the time being, but it's not done yet, especially after you make a send like this that essentially loses you a lot of momentum and rhythm.
Yeah, my man licked the stamp, but unfortunately the post office was closed. Trying to go for the move on the inside, on the outside here. Levesque just shuts the door, and I'm not sure if he just, again, just tries to hold him out wide and turns in, or if he just missed his turn-in point, but turned in. 888 says, excuse me, sir, I'm still here, and ended up losing, I would probably 4 or 5 car lengths out of that.
There's licking the stamp and finding out the post office is closed when you send it on in. And then there is licking the stamp and then having it fall on the floor. It almost looked like it fell on the floor right there in that circumstance.
Disrespect from Justin Prince there in the commentary booth. Who is this man?
Well, who is this man? Racine Fazui? He continues to run off and away, meanwhile, by 2 seconds, as he continues to show why there's that reputation of being an alien in this respective car. He's worked with a lot of big organizations over the past year since rising up towards the top ranks. And he's showcasing why he's so quick. And keep in mind, he had some suboptimal preparation, he mentioned, for the top 24 racing because he had bronchitis and couldn't race for 7 days because of that.
Yeah, it's something we've seen from him today. Not normally something you see from, I'll say air quotes, newcomer. I know a lot of these drivers were like, he's kind of come out of nowhere in the past recent history and just been so strong, but so mature from him. Able to stay focused over a long course, not just in a race, but throughout the course of the event. Again, this is not a one-day event. These guys have had to practice, qualify through the time trials, then make it through the knockout rounds, and then get to here. So just, man, regardless of what happens today, watch out for Racine Fazui.
Meanwhile, Karan, give a shout out to him. He is still running quick lap times. He's the 2nd quickest car total on the racetrack. It's better than 3rd this time.
Yeah, man, if you take in the qualifiers, he's finished 3rd 4 times in a row. So I'm sure regardless of not being able, it's not over yet because it's only 2 seconds back, but not getting a P3 is going to feel a little nice, but Almeida is the only one I think that can challenge him right now. Ended up with a 2-second lead on 4th place, but just 8 seconds, Justin, at a track like this with 20 minutes left to go is a huge task.
Looking back now at the battle for 6th position still, as Bouchard continues to find any chance to get around Romagnolo to the point where they're losing touch to Guillaume's car, just up the track a little bit. And you have to wonder if the red mist effect will start to come in for some of these drivers soon with the aggressiveness we've seen and some of the frustration of, I feel like I'm quicker, I want to pass, let me go.
Yeah, I thought about that earlier. Again, Spa was kind of just a more, hey, we're all in Toronto, let's have some fun. But now you're getting a little bit more close to the conclusion. A lot of these guys are going to be thinking in the back of their heads, what is on the line here? Especially if you have a bad race 2 and you didn't have the best race 1, you're not necessarily mathematically eliminated from race 3, but it's going to take a mountain for you to be able to make it and win the Red Bull Ringmaster event overall with points. So for a lot of these guys, they are, I can see it in a little bit of them. They're just getting frustrated, but trying to make the best of it.
especially with the flow of things, as we see Roman Yolo's viewpoint. And the interesting thing when it comes to him is, we mentioned many traveling on Ford. He's the closest geographic-based driver. Markham, Ontario is about an hour plus away from Toronto, so he has the closest distance to the rest of these two here in Toronto compared to some who've traveled several hours.
Yeah, again, a lot of these guys, the 6 of them are the French connection here, all coming out of Quebec. A lot from the Montreal area, from Laval, from Montreal, from all around there. Actually, speaking of Fazouli's got to fly out, I think, tonight to be able to make another race tomorrow. Yeah. So, I mean,
great point.
My man is got a lot on his plate here, but a lot, again, maybe that has a little bit, you get to sleep in your own bed at night, a little bit more comfortable, closer to your own home. You don't feel as foreign, but Roman Yolo doing the best he can here right now in this 55 machine in 6th place.
Let's take the chance to learn a bit about this Markham-based driver.
Yeah, my name is Juliano Romagnolo, and I'm from Markham, Ontario. Well, I'm hopefully going to be bringing my my real life experience in the racing world to the event, and hoping I can use my mental prep and my calmness to gain some more positions in the race, and hopefully get some good positions to hopefully win some races. Unfortunately, not racing anymore, but I did race go-karts professionally for 15 years. So, I've traveled to many great places in North America and Europe to race at a high level. So I'm hoping to use that real-world experience in the sim world now. It's a great prize. It's a great event that's going on, and it's awesome that Red Bull Canada, FAF, and iRacing are putting on an event for guys like us from Canada to show what we can do on the track.
You mentioned there was experience going even further than what he had told me in the preparation for the week. There are lots of experience to the tune of being around the world, as he just mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, karting is pretty serious. Canada, I don't know if this is known for a lot of people. Canada has such a huge and rich karting scene, both in Quebec and in Ontario, especially Southern Ontario. Ton of different big series, a ton of different great drivers getting out of that karting world. So, ton of experience for him on the seat of 4 wheels, but they say in karting is the most fun you can have is 2 inches off the ground as well.
Good point there.
Never done one before.
Yeah. Keep in mind, some of the clearance for some of these cars in terms of the ride heights are maybe a couple inches at the very most away from the ground, too. Technically speaking, in terms of that mark.
Yeah, something that we haven't talked about, Justin, well, you touched on it briefly, maybe some damage. There was a lot of kerfuffle there in the first turn that we did talk about that ad nauseum. If you missed it, it's unfortunate. Yeah. But a lot of these cars might be carrying a little bit of aero damage. So cars you want to look out, especially Hawken. Hawken has dropped back 3 seconds. He wasn't that far out, but got hit in the right rear and the left rear, I believe. That could cause some toe issues with the wheel, could cause some aero damage. So a lot of these guys that maybe look like they're struggling a little bit, try to take a look at their cars and see if you see a dent here and there. The littlest damage could make the biggest difference long run.
And the crazy thing about that, though, is despite the damage for the third-place car, Almeida, from the first lap, he's been quicker than everybody else right now who is behind him, to the tune of 0.02 seconds. Keep in mind.
Just about to say he opened up that 2-second gap. Didn't think he'd be able to get that far ahead, but how hungry and how aggressive everyone behind him has been. Again, he's got his championship hopes alive here. I saw him in 5th or 6th place at one point. It looked really, really spooky for him. But the only battle right now we see on track is this 55 of Juliano Romagnolo trying to take a look at the 888 of Levesque. I'm not sure if he's going to get it done here. He's going to take a peek, but I think that's just to fill his mirrors a little bit as the great... Oh, as I say that, right into the back of Levesque. Give him a, hey, how you doing? Maybe just a little Dale Earnhardt trying to rattle his cage a little bit.
Except this is not a stop car. This is a sports car. You can't really use the bumpers that aggressively, usually. How about going to the grass, though, to send it, though? Guillaume gives the space. Guillaume says, you know what? If you're willing to do that, you can take it then.
Really thought Romagnolo was going to cross over to the outside there, but he said, you know what? I worked hard for this inside line. I'm going to take it. If he got shoved any farther left, Justin, he was in the dirt, and he was taking both of them out. Huge move by Juliano Romagnolo.
An unbelievable move indeed, and now it's the question, what does the 73 now do amongst all this? The third car in this train. And now he nearly gets in the back end of Guillaume's car. Bill Bouchard now riding on board with, goes for the lunge now. In through turn 10.
late move from Bouchard there, not giving Guillaume any time to react. It's not going to get it done, but I'm wondering what's going on with that 888, if he has any issues with his tires, because he's braking earlier and harder than the 2 cars around him right now, Justin.
And we talked about that importance of getting the preparation to make sure you're ready for the fall off. Maybe pushed a little bit hard there indeed after all of that, and some of the bumping and banging going on amongst his car now with under 15 minutes to go on the clock. Now will Bouchard go for a chance for a lunge, or will Guillaume want the spot? Romagnolo is prepared for a potential send. Guillaume way to the outside towards the racing group. Tries to swing it high. Can't get the run quite yet through Senna S. Loses ground, in fact, going for that wider arc.
He might have a run here. Actually, I think the 73 is going to have the run. He takes a look to the outside. He's going to have the trap from the 55 of Romagnolo. Is he going to get it done? Not before the corner, but he's definitely got about a quarter car length on Guillaume Levesque. Guillaume going to try to squeeze. We've seen so many drivers squeeze to the right side here. Just gives him enough room. They are still side by side heading into turn 6.
Still side by side heading through that second sector. Guillaume trying to swing it high. Bouchard clears on by, move the 73 up.
Yeah, just got that move done. 73, one of those drivers that got caught up there early. Bouchard, I honestly didn't think would be a factor in this race whatsoever, but he's moved up 2 spots into P6, got P5 right in front of him. I think he may have taken that start. Justin said, I'm going to hold on to it and try to charge late.
Try walking up to him saying that exactly to his face. After.
No, he's going to hurt me.
Okay.
He's going to hurt me. I'm a very small man. It's just not... But just, again, I think just playing strategy. I thought that early contact, he may have been a little bit too far back to be able, this field is so close. You see a second or 2 gap open. Not really sure if they could close. So be able to take advantage of these guys getting aggressive and getting fighty. That was a pretty, it wasn't super send it, but he stood his ground, was there, wasn't afraid to push and shove a little bit, ends up grabbing the spot.
Look who's creeping into the shop, though.
I see a Brandon.
The question is it happy Brandon or is it very mad Brandon?
You know, I think we're going to need to see a very mad Brandon. I don't want to see him go out here and wreck people. Obviously, that's not what we want. But he's got how many people shoved him wide, pushed him off the track a little bit. As you take a look, that is a different look on the face of Brandon Hawken that we've seen. A nice focus. Again, we talked about it earlier. Once you get the visor down, once you're in race mode, some people just change. Brandon Hawken, especially, again, getting kind of bullied a little bit in this first half of the race, going to take that and move forward. He had now, like a shark smells blood in the water, he sees opportunity here. Every point matters here at the Red Bull Ringmaster. So if he can go from last to second to 7th, 6th, 5th, and gain a little bit more points, that sets him up for a better finish overall.
Continuing on forward, Bouchard continues to try and keep in range of the 55. Meanwhile, approaching 10 minutes to go. This time around, Interlagos, the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pache.
Just looking at our lap time board here, we talked about how Corone kept it within 2 seconds. The gap's been opened up to 4.6, and that gap to Almeida is not closing by a ton, but it is closing.
And that's a trend I've just noticed with the first and second race, possibly you just noted there. Racine knows how to drive long run. The others fall off a little bit more past 30 minutes on the tires just about.
Yeah, I think this is about where that tire starts to be a factor in these GT cars. It's right about when you'd want to be thinking about pitting if you were doing some sort of big endurance race, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours plus. So these cars are right at the end of their usability in terms of where you would think about at least coming to the pits for fuel. So tires they're not going to fall apart, but there definitely is a change in pace as we get a little bit of blocking here. Trying to break the draft is the 73 of Bouchard, feeling that they're under threat a little bit from Guillaume Levesque in the chase.
So able to hold on for now, and it's interesting with some of the discussions had leading up to this week. He mentioned how it's almost 2 different people, that 73. Out of the car, he'll be someone who'll give dad jokes, someone not as serious. Then you jump into the car and say you're a Racine or you're a Phil. You have to stay that seriousness and focus to be able to hit your marks precisely.
Yeah, again, like once you can't really have a moment of relaxation at this level. That's kind of why these guys are where they are. It's just how focused and how smart they are in terms of pacing the race mentally. Driving the car is only like 60% of it. The other 40 is just smart driving, and you're seeing that right now from the 73.
Don't forget about a lot of the preparation in terms to make sure you know which moves are smart. also have that ability. All together. Second place now shown. That's Garan, who is currently holding on to that position still in the number 6 machine. Almeida, meanwhile, creeping on ahead a bit, has broken around to 2+ full seconds now from that battle train for 4, 5, 6 on back.
Actually, if you take a look at the gap here, Gagnon Renault has opened up a 3-second gap to Romagnolo, who's leading the third pack. So we have the first place kind of just in his own world right now. Corona as well, just kind of vibing by himself. But third and fourth are just spreading out a little bit. We are seeing some discrepancy in pace here, which you didn't quite get at race 1, sorry. It's Gagnon Renault, again, in the Toro Rosso-inspired livery. Again, Davin Cornelius drive-through, taking us through the history of Red Bull Motorsport, a little bit of everything on track right now, as you see F1-inspired livery on the left, drifting livery inspired on the right.
I was going to say where that inspiration would have came from with the 73, because recognize a lot of them throughout the history with a lot of their open wheel action, some of them from the rally cross side of things. Then you have the 73, who has something that brings that uniqueness there with a different color palette compared to the rest of the pack.
It is very different, and that's how you could tell it's a drift livery driven by Mad Mike Wadet out of New Zealand. So was very competitive over in the Formula Drift Series, Formula Drift Japan as well. And again, it's so cool to see so many different motorsports that Red Bull supports in this Red Bull Ringmasters, just through the liveries. We talked to Davin earlier. Some are inspired by Rallycross, Formula Racing, some inspirations from the old NASCAR team we saw a little bit in here as well.
Good to bring that up, especially with some of the great paint schemes that were brought to the stock car side too during Red Bull's time in NASCAR in late 2000s, early 2010s. So it brings that wide variety of being able for some to learn this is what this car looks like, who may have not known that.
Am I seeing Romagnolo pull out a little bit of a gap here, Justin?
Yes,
or am
you
I
are.
just seeing things here? Looks like he's just got a couple of car lengths on the 73, which with 6 minutes left to go, could be a little bit of a safety net if these 3 cars start to fight here in the back.
Just been informed that the 888 has to be careful on top of things with any potential moves here, because there is an incident limit here. He's 2 away from hitting it.
Yeah, we heard a little bit on the radio that there was people hitting incidents at Spa. Spa is off-track city. Not surprised we got high incident limits here.
Especially with some of the bumping from behind. That's potential 4 incident points there.
Yeah, so that's 4 incident points for every car contact if the sim determines there is a hard enough contact. So, 2, 3 bumps, you're up into the teens at incident points. And once you hit that limit, it's big penalties, drive-throughs, potentially even race disqualification if you go too far.
And that's going to potentially hamper how Guillaume plays this out, because if he goes too aggressive, his race is done. If he bangs doors. If he goes off the track, that could cost him right there as well.
Yeah, again, 8 cars on the track, you get a drive-through penalty, you get any sort of penalty where you have to come into the pit lane, you might as well park the car. We've seen guys drive from behind Romagnolo, we see Hawken now in the mix here, but you come in through the pits, that is a death sentence here in the Red Bull Remasters final.
Approaching 5 minutes to go, by the way, as Guillaume in that 888. Not making a peek yet, with Phil still holding on. Shard still trying to pull a bit of a gap still. Now I'm curious, though, on that other car that's been waiting patiently this entire time, Brandon Hawken, who is now within 3/10. Closest that the 99's been amongst this train after his trouble about 15-20 minutes ago.
Justin, do we remember who put it into his rear? Do we remember what number that was?
Correct me if I'm wrong, was it the 73?
I think it was the 73. So, I mean, he's got to be, we talked about Red Mist earlier. Brandon's in you know what I mean? Like, he's not going to get 10 points here. He wants to salvage a good finish. But, man, he got little tap, run wide, little tap, run wide. And then that, Brandon has this demeanor of calm, cool, collected. But he's got to be seeing the guy who put him in this scenario and go, the most I can do here is get that guy back. And that's a statement being made on this broadcast.
I've seen him keep in mind a couple times, more than a couple, I should say, where if Brandon knows he needs to make a pass, he will do a lot to try and get the pass done. In other words, he is not afraid to send it when it's points paying time, and it's approaching that mark with 4 minutes to go on the clock. Now, It's the matter of can Hawken get close enough to leapfrog one of these cars. For reference, Fuzui leads by almost 5 seconds in the number 58 machine. Not close enough, not even close to a lunge as Hawken. Compare that to the 888. Continuing to just remain single file here for the time being. Needs to be about a half car length closer to have a true lunge.
Ding, ding, ding here, ladies and gentlemen. The gloves are off and the fight is on. We have 4 or so minutes remaining. Probably about 2 or 3 laps, I would assume, Justin, as this is a timed race. So we drop the white flag when we get close to 0. 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock here. If any of these guys are going to go, they've got to go now. Because unless you trust you getting a one-and-done overtake, you need some time to battle. And if you guys battle as well, especially if it's going to be Hawken at the back, getting to the rear of Guillaume Levesque here a little bit, they're going to lose sight of the 2 cars in front. So if you're going to make some moves, you got to give yourself some time to go even more forward. It's got to happen now.
See a little bit of a deeper send now for the 888. Hawken trying to just keep the arc on forward. Expecting a couple more laps at least here coming up at the stripe.
Hawken again, just trying to get the better arc out of the corner here, maybe get a run. Actually looks like he lost a little bit of time here. I think Romagnolo's kind of just set sail here. He is in the picture, but unless we see a major mistake out of that 55 machine, I think he's got 5. The 55 is in 5th. Let's see how many times we can make that mistake by the end of the broadcast. But the real battle right now is Bouchard, the 888 machine of Levesque, and the 99 of Hawken in the chase.
Hawken lost some time, though, coming out of that corner, and now has lost a couple car lengths. Approaching 2 minutes to go on the clock. No send yet from the 888. Guillaume continues to try and find a way to slowly reel in. But again, loses more time, continuing to struggle coming out of Senna S.
Yeah, again, this is such an easy area to lose time. It's so rhythmic, and there's only one real fast line through the Senna S. It's a quick 1, 2, 3. So if you go a little bit fast into 1, you're going to plow understeer turn 2, and you're going to lose a ton of time down that straightaway, and that's exactly what we just saw.
Expecting the potential closing lap coming up here. Hawken still about a car length plus behind in all of this. Look at that run. Hawken's building up a little bit. He's getting the closest he's been now in Sector 2 in the past little while or so.
Again, a little bit less about the overall championship, a little bit more about bragging rights here in the Red Bull Gaming Studios here in Toronto. Don't want to be the guy that finishes 8th, so we're going to take a look on Levesque when he has a minute. Well, Levesque has got his attention full of that 73 machine in front of him of Bouchard, so Levesque has got a lot to worry about right now as we get the white flag.
There's Barney waving the white flag. Final lap here from Interlagos for race 2. The battle continues for that pack 6th on back. Guillaume Levesque trying to build up the run now on the 73 of Bouchard. Hawken looking for any chance from the popcorn seat for this battle for position. No close-up yet quite from the 888. Bouchard continues to hold on station in single file in through Senna S.
I think we're going to see it after Curva del Sol going on to that second long straight on the racetrack. If there's any sort of run, I don't think the AAA is close enough to make a run of the 73, but Hawken may take a look on Guillaume Levesque here. You might see him move to the left side of the racetrack. He's trying to peek in right now. Doesn't want to lose the draft as Hawken actually went to go take a look and then thought better of it. Big wiggle from the 99.
Almost looked like he may have clipped a bit of the grass possibly down the straight. As the clock reaches full zeros coming up, a big mistake for the 888. Here comes Hawken looking to move up and not finish last in this one. Hawken on the left side, Levesque on the right side by side with a pinch. Hawken trying to send it in deep, Levesque with the slide.
Again, maybe a little bit of contact there. Not quite sure as Hawken, again, one of the guys that shoved him wide, I believe, was the 888 of Guillaume Levesque, but clearing him right now, Brendan Hawken, all of that work to be able to take it home in 7th as Fuzuli is coming across the line to be your race number 2 winner.
A dominant one for race 2 in the Red Bull Ring Masters. Racine Fuzui goes 2 for 2. He wins at Interlagos by more than 5 seconds. A dominating performance for the number 58.
Yeah, he looks thrilled. He looks absolutely beside himself right now, jumping up and but just that's what Racine Fuzui has been all weekend. Just calm, cool, collected. This battle, Justin, is not over.
Hawken still holding on to 7th, but it's Bouchard who ends up finishing in 6th. Levesque, the last of the drivers, coming across the stripe thereafter a wrestling match. to go along in that one. A tough battle for position, and what a dominating performance again for Racine. Back-to-back races of domination. 4 seconds, the separation there in turn at the stripe, should say, but a dominating one regardless.
Yeah, again, I've been trying to avoid the word this weekend, but I'm going to use it now. Scary. Scary consistent, scary pace, and just that look on his eye when he crossed the line. Again, just so focused.
Absolutely dialed on in and completely focused when it comes to how he's been able to handle his marks and handle a lot of the battles around the racetrack in turn. Here's a look at the results once more. Again, separation officially 4.3 seconds. Andrew picked up about 7/10 in the span of 2 laps. Then it's Almeida, Gagnon, Renaud, Romagnolo, the top 5, Bouchard, Hawken, and Levesque rounding out the 8 drivers, taking the check flag separation from 1st to 8th, 20.5 seconds. A dominating performance for Racine, another strong run for the 58 back-to-back races. And with that, standing by with your race winner, it's Camille, who's with Racine Fazui.
All right, I have Andrew here with me. Andrew, what a race was that? Andrew's actually placed on the podium throughout this competition in the qualifiers, in the knockout. So what is the key to your consistent performance?
I think it's a lot of practice. Just if you do a lot of practice and just know exactly what you need to do, it kind of just come natural. But I think this race, I think Rasim really had it, and I don't know how he actually did it. I just couldn't match it at all.
So what do you think you're going to have to do to match Rasim's play throughout?
Next time I'll need to not let him go away from the draft, so I'll try to keep up again and see if I can attack sometimes.
All right, well, thank you so much. Best of luck. Right now, they're going to start getting ready for our next race while we take a break. Welcome back to the Red Bull Ring Masters. We are going into our final race, and it has been an exciting time since the start. We saw a lot of action in our last race, and rightfully so, there's a lot on the line. Let's talk about it. The winner will go home with, yes, that beautiful trophy that we saw earlier in the broadcast, but they're also going to be going home with a $5,000 voucher from Advanced Sim Racing to upgrade their sim rig, as well as a one-on-one coaching session with Red Bull Racing esports athlete Sebastian Jobe, and that one-of-a-kind motorsport experience from FAF. So it's going to be a great time for them. The pressure is on. We're seeing the pressure kind of weigh on them. We talked to Andrew earlier about not being able to catch up with Racine. So let's take a look at the standings and where they are right now. So again, you see Racine in first place. Andrew and Suelio are tied for second. Are they going to be able to break that tie and maybe give a little pressure onto Racine? We'll have to see. Giuliano was playing it aggressive in the last round, and he ended up in fourth, and tied in fifth place, Ian and Brandon. As well as in sixth, we have Guillaume and Phil. Wow. Lots of ties happening. I don't know about you, casters, but I'm excited to see how this one will play out. I don't think it's going to play out the way that we expect in terms of the placing. What are your thoughts?
It's been pretty impressive, to say the very least, the performance from Racine, but it's not over yet. That's the main thing to emphasize. Anything that happens in race 3 to Racine, it opens the door wide open for the drivers tied for second place, Keenan, and that has to put a lot of pressure on Racine in turn.
Yeah, Racine's been calm, cool, and collected all day, but now here comes the real pressure. You're going into this final race with a 6-point lead. With how our point structure works, Justin, I do believe he has to finish 6th or worse, and either one of those two drivers with a tie has to win. So do you start seeing some argy-bargy here from these two guys? The only chance they have is if Racine has, for his standards at least, a terrible race. He's got to finish somewhere in that back half of the pack for it to be even close up front. But either way, he's been so cool and collected today. He's still in the driver's seat.
Absolutely, and in turn, there were plenty of highlights when it came to some of the competition and the excitement brought in throughout that action. Let's take a look at a few of these highlights. This is from towards the start of the action, where keep in mind, Karan was starting in third and then was 4 wide by the first corner.
Yeah, real spooky start here, and you're seeing not a lot of drivers got away with it. Romagnolo taking the worst of it, getting sent out to the outer curbing at turn number 1. And then still super racy as Almeida had it all to play for to keep his championship hopes alive. You're trying to fight through that midfield to get back up to his 3rd position.
And that was such an exciting recovery in turn from him, but also some exciting driving amongst this battle for position where they spent several minutes fighting like cats and dogs to the point where it was a wrestling match towards the end for the battle for 6th.
Yeah, we used the hockey term Tilly a little bit earlier, but when it has a bench brawl, it's more of a Donnybrook. He just looked at me with the weirdest face. But there's so much fighting from so many drivers here. The only ones I think that came out of the unscathed with our top 2 with Racine and Ferron, or Caron, sorry. Who's Ferron? You take the flag here and just super, even down to the last lap, Justin, they were still fighting.
Especially with Brandon Hawken holding on for one of those critical positions when it came to him. And that was a great recovery from him, too, keep in mind, after his spin mid-race. That factored on into all of that. But now it's the question, as a driver, how do you carry that mentality to close things out in the right way, to end on the high note, to be able to perform well? That's going to be the big question mark of which drivers will do that and how they will execute it.
A lot of different mentalities here. If you're Racine Fazuli, keep doing what you're doing. He's 2 for 2. He's got 4 wins in the knockouts as well. Just keep it calm, cool, collected. Try to put that car in pole position. But if you don't, it's not the end of the world. I'm not sure if he knows this yet, but again, 6th position I think is going to be our magic number for Racine Fazuli. If he finishes any higher than that, that's wrapped up. Doesn't matter what those other 2 finish.
Absolutely, and in turn, you have to feel with the drivers knowing the potential of that, they're going to have that little extra bit of edge to try and push along here. And when we talk about the Porsche, keep in mind, we've seen some of the damage factored in for some of these competitors. A lot were able to outdrive with that damage, almost. In fact, use the speed they have to push them ahead despite the damage. But this next circuit coming up potentially could be one where there's a lot of straightaways. A lot of potential for draft. Any major mistake or any major hit that affects the aerodynamics and speed could see you going backwards.
Another thing too to talk about where we're about to head to next is just it's a little bit of a spoiler. Is it's the smallest track on the shortest lap on our calendar today. It could get real fighty again. Maybe that championship bid for the win is definitely possible, but the door is definitely closing. But you guys there's ties all over the shop. Why not be the guy who finished 6th rather than 7th? Why not be the guy who finished 4th rather than 5th? So there's still so much to play for here, and so much risk, and so much reward that could come from it, and all is going to come down to our final venue, the Red Bull Ring.
Absolutely. Now, in that regard too, who do you feel has the most to gain from this positioning? You mentioned a lot of the ties, especially for the battles for, say, 4th, 6th, 7th in the standings right now. Who do you feel has that potential drive to push themselves to get the best possible finish here in the standings in the end, based on what you know and how you've seen these drivers react today?
I mean, I take a look at everybody who got caught up in incidents in race number 2. Yeah. You know, they have definitely the most to prove. You know, you're coming off not the finish you were looking for. Obviously, everyone wants the podium, everyone wants to win. So everyone from like 8th to 6th, I think, like Romagnolo, Hawken as well, Guillaume there, not getting the finish he was looking for. So all those guys that maybe didn't quite get the race number 2 and go, okay, I'm probably mathematically eliminated at this point. Let's put on a show. So I think those guys don't necessarily have the most to gain in terms of event position, but to come out of here with their heads up held up high and said, I went to a LAN event at the Red Bull Gaming Studio here in Toronto, and I did the best I could. I think that is their mentality going into race number 3.
Let's take a quick glance, in fact, in turn of what Red Bull Ring looks like, especially when you fly over it for this facility.
Welcome, everyone, to the final race of the Red Bull Ring Masters Final. This race, we're taking a very special trip to Austria. We're going back home. Welcome to the Red Bull Ring. Nestled in the beautiful Styrian Hills, this track is a fan favorite the world over. Big, heavy braking zones, flowing corners mixed in with a ton of speed. It's no surprise that the Red Bull Ring is a hit with both fans and drivers alike. Momentum plays a huge role here, so make sure to carry as much speed out of every corner as possible. If you have to get on the power a bit smoother to minimize a bit of that rear end slip, it's absolutely worth the trade-off. Studying your track limits is key for pace here as well. Running wide on the last corner lets you extend your exit and carry more speed down that main straightaway, but trying the same thing in turn 1 will send you over the sausage curb and could get you a slowdown penalty, or worse. Turns 7 and 8 have to be some of the best on the racetrack. Run the car wide under the curbing, but make sure you have your timing in turn 7 right. A bit too early and you're going to understeer wide. A bit too late and you're not going to make the best of all that runoff that turn 8 has to offer. It all comes down to this. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to find out who will be your Red Bull Ringmaster.
A great look at the racetrack, a lot of bent up sheet metal there, but now these drivers getting themselves ready for qualifying for the final race to see who will be the Red Bull Ring Masters. And you see all the serious faces right there, everyone focused to a T to make sure they get this track right.
Yeah, again, we only got 10 corners here. We go off a track that's like Interlagos, which is basically just spaghetti. We go off a track that's Spa, which is one of the longest tracks used in international motorsport. So we're condensing, but in both ways. We've talked a lot about the cars that we're using, the weapons. We haven't really talked about the Coliseum as much as well. Red Bull Ring, very, very tight, very fast for being such a small track. There's probably the most, I would say, you can disagree with me if you want, but probably the most passing opportunities we've seen all day. T1's a very, very good place to be able to stick your nose in. You really can't complete a pass there, but you can absolutely show face and kind of fill the mirror of the guy chasing you.
Referring to the Niki Lauda curve, in fact, as well there. Turn 3, a hard braking zone as well. You also have the potential through turn 9, 10 around this circuit. There's a lot of chances. And also a lot of chances to be one with the beach.
Yeah, Ian Gagnon-Renault there actually taking some words out of my mouth. I plan to talk about that a little bit later. We can talk about it a bit now. Track limits. Track limits have been a factor all day, especially with incidents. We've seen some the AAA car of Guillaume.
Yep.
Guillaume Levesque last race, kind of with very limited incident points. So you go over that line with incidents, you get a penalty, right? So T9 and 10 is so easy to run wide in 10 and be able to pick up a track penalty there. T1 as well. You got to use all of that curb, even a little bit of the sausage curb as well. You go a little bit too far to the left, that's another off track.
So it's very easy to pick up off tracks here, but these guys know exactly where those limits are. You may not be able to see them on track, but I guarantee you they know exactly where they are.
Especially with all the experience preparing in those rigs to make sure they had those sight lines down to a T of what they needed to look for. 73 Bouchard, meanwhile, continuing to make his way towards the final couple corners here. And we mentioned a bit of the flow right here, where you get a good run out of here. You have a lot of space to try and charge on forward. You can attempt, then you can allow the curve, and then attempt towards turn 3, towards the next opportunity towards turn 4 here, which leads you into sector 2.
Another thing we could talk about too, Justin, is this is the only repeat venue on the schedule we've seen so far. In the qualifiers, we went to Montreal, we went to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, or Mosport. In our knockout rounds again as well. This is the only track I believe these drivers have seen before in this Red Bull Ring Masters competition. I'm wondering who's going to take that experience forward into this race, or maybe who's not so great here will be on a little bit on the back foot as we're about a quarter of the way through qualifying.
Right now, Karan currently setting a time within the 1 minute bracket currently around the circuit. You mentioned that quick pace and tempo of those laps. We'll see where the qualifying marks come into play in just the next couple moments. Looking pretty good so far to start off this lap.
Yeah, going to come through turn 9 here, grab all that curb on the right-hand side, try to minimize exit here. You can put it way on the curb, I don't want to go too far. Grab a little bit of that sausage on the right side, push it out nice and wide. Ron actually getting a little bit in the dirt there, but I don't think it's going to cause him too much time, maybe a couple of tenths, as we see one of our first times on the board, a 1 minute 30.871 from the number 6 of Andrew Caron.
Pretty quick right there, and already quickly to the start of the second lap, we mentioned the importance of getting your tires up to temp, and it takes that couple laps to get the sweet spot. Now it's the matter of where he pushes on from the 1 minute 30 mark, and keep in mind, those are among some of the quickest lap times in the event total today, where Spa was more than 2 minutes. Interlagos was around a minute 32-ish.
Yes.
So much more quicker here by a couple seconds as we take a look at Romagnolo, who's currently also on a flyer. Last time, a 131 flat.
Yeah, definitely going to be looking for a couple tenths here if he can get them. As we said, the more about lap 2 or 3 is where you start to see a lot of pace come into these cars. Still 6 minutes left, still lots of time, but why not get out there as we have our leader in the championship right now, Rasim Fazuli, making his way to the racetrack.
Seem quickly making work there right now, just past 6 minutes to go in qualifying. And here's the thing. He started on the pole both races. Can he do it again now is the question.
Yeah, in the 58 machine of Rasim Fazuli, again, doesn't really need to put it on the pole here, Justin. I think if he can, that's just one less thing for him to worry about. Doesn't have to worry about getting caught up in dramatics in that first lap, which we've seen in both races so far. But, again, just needs to finish in the top half of the field. 5th or 6th area, I think, is where we worked it out with our map.
Yeah.
But that is such a huge safety net for somebody who's been so dominant so far today.
And who has been, honestly, the calmest person in terms of some of the positioning with both wins, was extremely calm for somebody who ended up taking the checkered flag in dominating fashion in those. Brandon Hawken, meanwhile, looking to end things off on a positive note. After some of the rough experiences, he's tied right now with Daniel Renault in terms of the points with 7 apiece.
Yeah, again, maybe not in contention for the overall win, but why not come out of here with as much as you can get, especially in the last race. Hawken getting shoved wide a lot, getting a little bullied a little bit. I think he's going to come in here with some renewed vigor and try to do the best he can to finish as well as he can and end his Red Bull Ring Masters on a high note.
There's definitely some watching along who know Brandon Hawken and know that personality we've touched upon and want to see him finish well at this level, especially knowing that he's got that tempo around these racetracks, such as this one. Approaching 4 minutes to go in qualifying, meanwhile, as they continue to make their way around the circuit. What else should we keep in mind when it comes to the Red Bull Ring, knowing that, of course, this is a big track with Red Bull. This is also going to be a big track to potentially manage yourself about, as you hit upon earlier.
Yeah, there's not a lot of, it's a small track, and you got like 1 minute 30 lap times here, which isn't too far off of Interlagos, but there's what, 3 huge braking zones, a lot of rhythm section in the middle.
Exactly.
With the turn 6, 7, 8.
Really good flow section.
Yes.
Yes.
It doesn't have the squiggly bits that Interlagos had in the middle, but a lot less straight. The draft may play less of a role here.
Look at that time, though, that leads qualifying. 130.5, that is from Almeida. Currently 6/10 off that, and the 888 machine is in 4th. Karan is 2nd place, but remember, Rasim still needs to set a full tempo flyer to be able to try and see where he'll lead up on the qualifying board. So a lot can shuffle about, especially with this 58. Remember, the first lap at Interlagos was about 3 seconds slower than what his final qualifying time came to be. Right now, curling the 1 minute 24 second bracket, looking like he's taking the same approach potentially here as he'll come across the stripe here with a 1:30.7. Needs to pick up a little bit more tempo there, a couple tenths.
Yeah, let's not forget what he did in qualifying in Brazil. Kind of like snapped his fingers, and all of a sudden he was 2 tenths faster than the field, in a field where at that point we hadn't seen that much separation at the front. But right now, Almeida is holding your pole position with 2 minutes 40 on the clock by about a tenth and a half.
So your 3 drivers still mathematically within range 1, 2, 3 essentially in those spots. Brandon Hawkin 4, 3 tenths behind. Then you have Romagnolo and Gagnon Renaud rounding up the top 7 currently. Here's a look at the 888 machine, and for right now him tied for 4th in points, looking for a chance to at least finish around 6+ in terms of the final standing.
And using all of that curbing there. I'm not sure if he just went a little bit too wide in 10. We'll be able to see if his time changes here. Going 6th place, about 7 tenths off of the lead position so far, as I think we're still waiting on 1 car to take to the track. But right now, Hawkin actually up there in 4th place with he's 4 tenths off, so not quite where he needs to be, but I think that might be his best qualifying to date in the Ringmasters final.
Qualified around last time at Interlagos, didn't get a time in. The race before that is around 5th or 6th for Hawkin. It's one of the biggest movers. It looks like he is done his qualifying now with him stopping to the racetrack. Who isn't stopping? Racim Fazui. This looks good. Racim coming off the final corner. Where does it go? A 1:30.5, but is it enough? I don't think so. Almeida responded on his own lap, it appears, with a 4.
Racim's got one more shot if he's wanted to take it here, and he's staying in it, so I think he's going to go for it by 0.49 of a second. Racim Fazui does not need this pole, but wouldn't it be sweet to be able to say, I went to the Red Bull Ringmasters final, and I got pole position in all 3 races?
Can he get it done is the question. It looks like he may have enough time to complete this lap if he can make sure there's no mistakes. Really pushing hard here. They have the separation, the first and second cars, of more than 2 tenths from the rest of the pack at minimum. And he's pushing towards the point where he's picking up a lot of gravel, but taking as much of those rumble strips as possible now as they make their way through turns 4, 5, and approaching 6.
Yeah, that gap at first and second is so tight. Not the first time we've seen it, Justin. I think it was Interlagos. We had 3 cars all within a second, but I don't think this 58 is going to get it done. I think he was just going out. He's taking a little joyride. Not going to get the pole he was looking for, but on the front row, not a bad place to be.
Absolutely exciting qualifying session, to say the very least, and now it's the matter of how things fare out to close off the racing action today. Now, with this being the final race of the day, I'd like to remind once more of the prizes in store, including the 6-sim upgrade from Red Bull, their partners, along with a one-on-one session with Red Bull Racing Esports driver Sebastian Jobe, and a fast track experience in one of their race cars. Got the chance to speak with Sebastian Jobe.
Yeah, so getting into iRacing, I think I started when I was 13. It wasn't because I suddenly wanted to do sim racing, it was because I did go-karting for a couple years. I think I started when I was 11, but it was only indoor karting, it wasn't high level. We didn't really have the funding to go to outdoor karting, compete nationally or anything. So, and I knew I wanted to do racing for like my life. That was, I knew straight away, like, this is what I want to do. To be honest, there was never a point where I suddenly realized, like, oh, this could be my career. It was a gradual thing. So back in, I want to say 2017, I joined Fernando Alonso's sim racing team. It was either 2017 or 18, and that was in connection with G2 Esports. And that was the first point when I realized, oh, this could actually lead to being a career. But it wasn't like, I was never thinking, oh, I'll be able to do this full time or something. It'll be just a little bit of money here and there that I can, you know, maybe do alright with, but I wasn't thinking completely, oh, it could be a career. Yeah, when I think about like what I'm doing for a living, I think sometimes I need a bit of a reality check, because a lot of the time I seem a bit ungrateful. I'm like raging during practice. I'm like, oh, this is like so frustrating, and then I realize I'm doing my hobby for a living, so I can't complain too much, really. Yeah, I think to be part of the prize, that is quite cool. It's quite a weird feeling, really, because like I don't know, I'm not used to that. I don't think of myself in that sense. I'm looking forward to it, to be honest. But yeah, it's weird being part of a prize. Normally I'm the one trying to win the prize. So to be part of the prize is a bit of a different situation, but yeah, I'm all for it. I think if you've got one race to go, the pressure's on. It's now's the time to start dealing with the mental side, and that's the biggest factor. You can do all the practice you want, but performing on race day is like the most important thing. So best of luck to everyone. I'm looking forward to watching the race and very excited to get working with one of you for the coaching. I think it should be really good, and yeah, can't wait to get started.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Again, we're excited as well, to say the very least. And now it's about time to turn our attention to the third race out of 3 today, Keenan. The final race at the Red Bull Ring itself.
I think Sebastian actually said it best. It's all mental now, especially for our points leader, Wasim Fazui. We saw him make a mistake in the knockout round, and the last race ended up finishing 10th. If he does that again, that's his dream over, especially if one of his rivals who qualified 2nd and 3rd are right there to pick up the pieces if you look at today's grid.
And he wasn't able to get the full sweep in qualifying, but Wasim Fazui did get the outside front row along with Almeida. Almeida with the quick time in the end.
Yeah, good old Andrew Caron finishing 3rd or qualifying 3rd place. Get used to seeing him there. Brandon Hawken bringing his first qualifying of the day, 4th position.
The 55 and the 888, they become friendly with starting row 3. They swap positions this time. We'll see how they fare from 5th and 6th.
Gagnon Renault falling down the board, and in the last place we have Phil Bouchard. So safety car already on the track, Justin. Looking like we're just a few moments away of getting this race number 3, the Red Bull Ring Masters final, our final, underway.
And keep in mind, Fazui, max points so far. But again, the other drivers, if they score 6 or more points, have a shot here to battle it out. Change things, disrupt things. Fazui, his magic number, finish inside the top 5. Just about all set to go, near contact, and they're already hitting.
Oh my
Trouble.
gosh.
Fazui is hit before the green flag. Off and away they go, and that's a wild way to start this off. Fazui now goes to block Hawken. Oh wow, Almeida runs away.
A little bit too hard on the right foot. Not sure if someone got into the back of them, but almost worst case scenario for your points leader of Fazui. He's going to try to keep it clean and stay behind Caron here right now. Again, he only needs to finish in the top 4 or 5 positions to be able to secure this championship regardless of who wins. Could have been disaster there for Fazui, but good recovery.
Off through the hard braking zone into turn 3 now. Most of them single file. One side by side to the battle for 6th position. Vazlovic trying to make the move. All while Almeida just trying to find a way to pull off and away. This is the best start that he's had to the races today so far. Several more starting to dart now towards turn 4. Defensive line from Hawken. That is Romagnola who's trying to make the send.
Romagnola, one of those drivers that didn't have the best showing at Interlagos through no fault of his own, but in this time he goes right around the outside of Brandon Hawken. Romagnola is going to be moving up a spot.
Nice pass indeed to get to the top half of the field right now. Hawken back to 5th position. They take hard. Wants that rumble strip now, and a big separation. Been the theme amongst the top 3 to the rest of the pack, already starting to build up here as a result of all that heavy battling and what could have been a huge start if it was any worse. Let's put it that way.
Yep, good job to keep that. I have no idea how he didn't get run over by the rest of the field. Everyone's coming to take the green flag as we have a side-by-side battle here. Bouchard in the door again of Guillaume Levesque in the last corner in turn number 10 coming down to the main straight. He's going to get a very poor run, so I think that spot is safe, Justin. But it's lap 1 again, and these guys have no fear of trading a little bit of pain.
Did I mention those two that were battling work together a little bit in terms of some of their teamwork? That has now been really flaring up in terms of the opposite of the cooperation amongst them. Here's the look now from the 23. Once again, Ian trying to find a way to build up a run now on Brandon Hawkins' machine, nearly to the back bumper, in fact, of the 99.
You got to be able to push those braking zones. You give a little bit too much respect going into the braking zone. You could compromise your run down the next big straight here as we go into T4. Big downhill braking zone. A little nervous on the brakes are these cars. Using all of that runoff, Justin, with the curbing and that little green AstroTurf area. But Ian, I think he was there, and I think he just pushed a little bit too much in the braking zone and actually ended up dropping back because of it.
Up towards the front, meanwhile, Karan currently holding on to the second position, with Fuzui close on behind still amongst this. And now it's going to be curious if we see the Spa effect of sorts, where, remember, the 6 was the middle car before then. Now the difference is we're seeing is the third place car in the line compared to before.
Yeah, here's the difference though. If he wants to go for it, if he wants to end this with a dominating fashion with 2 wins, he's got to pass the guys that are his only competition really right now in the points. If I'm Andrew Caron, if I'm Almeida in the lead, I'm going to fend for my life because I am not going down without a fight.
You have to do everything you can to put yourself in the situation where you have to force your opponents to be that person to beat you. You don't want to beat yourself. And now, it's been that case so far early on where drivers are putting themselves into solid positions, approaching 4 minutes into the race. Romagnolo, by the way, 1.1 seconds behind this, just holding on barely, if any, to the slipstream to try and bring everybody else back into this.
Yeah, again, this is so much left in this race. Only 1 second gap isn't anything here. It's not probably got the smallest straights and less drafty of everywhere as we ride on board with the number 1 of Suelo Almeida. Going to hang on into this lead. It's the first time I believe he's had a significant lead since Spa, and he got caught up in that lap 1 altercation at Interlagos. But nice and clean out in the lead position. Just has to set sail right now, and that is all he can do to try to be able to keep his ringmaster hopes alive.
And there's a reason many people love to work with him, and not just in regards to working as a group, but I mean, he also teaches a lot of drivers on the sim how to improve. Somewhere around 300, 350 total people he has coached over the past couple of years alone. So.
Yeah, I think all those guys have got to be watching right now on the broadcast, cheering their coach on as we take another look at Caron, who is getting pressure from your current points leader of Racim Fuzui, who's got a bit of a run. Oh, actually, I think he just lifted there a little bit, Justin, maybe to play a little bit safe.
He does have a little bit of scrapes, keep in mind, for obvious reasons after contact for the green flag for Racim. So he is having a fight with that touch bit of damage over the right front fender of the tire.
Yeah, and again, it looks very minor on camera. It looks very minor for you guys at home. But these are very bespoke, purpose-built race cars, whether it's in the sim or in motorsport. Any sort of discrepancy or any sort of issue on the car could bring you 1/10, 2/10, 3/10 a lap slower, especially in a straight line. Could have set the handling under the brakes. You could have got lucky and it does nothing. But of all these cars, basically every vent, every little bulb that you see here has a purpose.
Off through the corner, meanwhile, they go. There is a change, keep in mind, for who's leading fifth on back. That's going to swap back once more. Romagnolo takes advantage as the 23 nearly went bye-bye right there. Levesque, meanwhile, trying to say hello position instead. He says, I'll get you next time.
Gagnon Renault trying to hang on to his position right now. The 55 just taking advantage of a bad situation. Hot shoe burning down the avenue. No problem driving by that 23 car with just... That's the cleanest, that's the fastest pass we've seen all day. Just right past him, no issues at all, just capitalizing on a mistake. All these guys right now, again, you got that 99 pulling away here, and you got to be able to think of that, because that is, you don't want to be fighting for 6th, why not fight for 4th or 5th?
Just about everyone clipping the grass, in fact, doing a little bit of landscaping there, to the point where Bouchard says, you know what, I'll try and get a spot back again. And that's the battle for 7th. Here's the look at the battle for the lead, meanwhile, which continues to stay stationary, but the gaps in the intervals notice towards the top bar have been slowly shrinking. It was about 9/10 between first and third before. That's now down to 6/10, to the point where they're not afraid to close up and compress more and more and more, like an accordion.
Yeah, we've got to keep in mind, again, we're all eyes right now are on Racim Fazui. What he did at Spa is what I'm thinking here now. Sat behind the car in front of him, kind of learned what he was doing, downloaded the driving style, and then took off and never looked back. So I wouldn't be surprised if he got aggressive early, but I also wouldn't be surprised if he hung on to this third spot and kind of just chilled out, learned how Caron drives, learned where he brakes, learns his lines, and then uses that to his advantage when he tries to attack later on in the race.
Especially with the racer mentality of, yes, you at times have to think about points and knowing you need to be finished in X position, but at the same time, you're a racer. Your goal is to win.
Absolutely. Again, and how sweet would it be to say I was flown out to Toronto, competed in this live event, and won all 3 races clean sweep. Didn't get the pole he was looking for, but he still has a chance to be able to take the trophy for race number 3 and for the points lead overall.
That battle, meanwhile, on the right side of the screen has calmed down with separation 5 car lengths up towards the front once again. Caron, Mr. Consistency, as we've mentioned throughout the action. Very minimal mistakes the entire event so far. Had the hiccup for him from the get-go, but recovered greatly at Spa. He continues to just play the patience game, knowing he can make the move as long as he keeps close enough, it seems, right now. And this just seems to be the mentality we've seen all day from Andrew. Calm, cool, and collected. Even calmer than Brandon, even.
Yeah, I mean, Caron hasn't finished off the podium in any of these knockout races, any of the races we've done outside of the time trials. Yes. Second, third, second. Oh, as I say that, a little bit of contact from Racim Fazui. I'm not sure if just Caron got it off a little bit and braked a little bit early there, Justin, but definitely a little bit of a smooch there from your third-place driver.
Yeah, that was a bit of a hard hit there. That cost them some more time as a result. That lost them 3/4 alone now. And now, Almeida looks to check out yet again as a result of contact.
A lot of raw pace in that number 1 car, and we're seeing it right now. He's keeping that gap as the gap has opened to about a second. So, I mean, draft is something you have to think about here, especially down the main straight and the straight between turn 3 and 4. It's not as big as Spa, it's not as big as the 2 straights we had at Interlagos, but definitely something to play for as these 2 drivers, I should say, the number 6 and the number 58 of Andrew Caron and Racim Fazui are your biggest scrap on the track as the one. Oh, way over the curb there is Caron. Is this the first, a bit of nervousness out of the number 6 car?
Possibly they're the first bigger mistake we've seen from the 6 car. We're seeing take advantage of that mistake. No lunge yet. All while the battle for 5th, as expected with what the trends have shown, according to the point where the accordion decides, you know what, let's hit the other side instead of compress fully.
Romagnolo, again, I don't know if he just made a little mistake there, but the number 23 car of Ian Gagnon Renault trying to make a move, and it completely backfires on him. The 73 of Bouchard, Phil Bouchard, all of the pressure on the outside going into turn number 4.
Big defensive line from Ian, but Phil not able to get the run. Look at Levesque taking advantage to try move up to 7th. It's been a wrestling match for 7th where one driver takes a peek, the driver behind looks to try and make the move. Again, that's the 4th, 5th time he's attempted side by side, cannot make a move on the 73.
You know what gets me about that, Justin, the way you worded it, in karting, if you end up losing momentum, you lose a lot more than 1 spot. You lose 2, 3, or 4. You know who's leading this train? Giuliano Romagnolo.
Who hasn't had to really fight really at all in all this with that kart experience too, helping out absolutely. So now that turned into a battle for 6th position. Gagnon Renault trying to pull off and away. Meanwhile, that battle for the lead still stays 2, 3 car lengths per car separation. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd off through turn 1 through the Niki Lauda curve, now to 2 and 3.
Yeah, just a nice, it looks like almost even gaps to all those front 3 cars, but the battle for 6th is still very hot and spicy. The 55 is pulled away from the 23 a little bit. The 23's got a gap, but the 73, and I believe that's the 888 of Levesque and Bouchard, just keep finding each other today. I don't know what it is, but these 2 guys just keep seeming to find each other and put on a great show for us, regardless of what position it's for. I think they've settled down here a little bit as we get into kind of the meat and potatoes of this race.
Keep in mind that 23 machine, as we expected when you get hit from behind, bounced around a little bit, he's up to 10 incident points already this race. As an error mistake again allows him to make the pass.
Commentators curse there. I think Romagnolo going a little bit too wide, catching some of that non-tarmac grass dirt as he's trying to defend on the inside right now from Bouchard, from Levesque, sorry, and trying to hold the line in here. He's going to be able to keep it. Yeah, he's going to hold on to it, but he got a little bit of a run now on the 888 machine, or the 888 has a run.
888 now trying to find a way to not be in last now, but it's a different challenger he has to approach. Romagnolo, a little bit wider out this time, over towards the painted section, just past a quarter of the way through the final race for the Red Bull Ring Masters in the national final here in Toronto. As Romagnolo now picking up some tempo to pull off and away. It seems Romagnolo, but he doesn't make a mistake, good in the technical sections today.
Yeah, and another thing he's done today, Justin, is he's really overcome adversity. So, yeah, maybe he's not had the cleanest run out of all of our drivers here, but this is the second time we've seen him make some sort of mistake, and he's going to have to drive back from it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we hear from Giuliano Romagnolo again as a little bit of a mistake from our leader of Almeida. I think he went over that curb just a little bit, and guess who's on his tail? It's Mr. Consistent, Andrew Caron.
Will Andrew be able to take advantage to leap on forward? He thought about it. Back into the line he goes. Racima again tries to take a little lunge. Nearly getting about half a car length up to a quarter car length to the back end of the 6. So a couple drivers thought about it there as a result of that mistake in that bit of a bobble.
Hanging on to their positions. Again, it looks like they've got about a car length in between, and maybe 2 between each of these drivers. It is so easy to be able to take a look, but again, I think they have to be keeping an eye on the clock. 26 minutes, just about 26 and a half minutes left in this race. There is still so much that can happen. But again, these guys have about a 4-second lead from Racine Fazui to our 4th place driver of Brandon Hawken. So, I mean, there's not a whole lot of need to get super aggressive, super fighty when you've got almost 5 seconds as a little bit of an overshoot again from the 6. These guys are just not playing around with track limits.
And just got the full confirmation once more to remind you, Racine needs to finish 4th or better, and he's your Red Bull Ring Master. As long as he finishes amongst this grouper, doesn't drop behind, say, Brandon, he's in a comfortable spot. If you fall behind Brandon and make a mistake, or say fall back to the 5th place grouping, that's where the panic button can start to come in. Speaking of drivers going on in, how about bumping and banging for the race lead? Caron has to check up. Holding on is Almeida for now.
Almeida is going to try to take that win. He's been able to grab a win in every one of our heads-up knockout rounds so far. 6 car trying to make a move on the outside. Did not quite work, but he's going to have way more opportunities if he can get back to his rear bumper.
Like we're going to take a little bit to be able to regroup and have another chance like that one. Let's take this opportunity to learn a bit more about Racine.
I'm Racine Fazui. I'm from Laval-Laval-Ourien. I started iRacing 3 years ago. I was on other sim racing platforms, but I wanted a higher competition, so that's how I got into iRacing. I'll bring the best that I practiced for the last few weeks. Warm up, I just run laps. I just turn laps as much as possible, get my references, get my braking points, make sure everything is. Me being from Montreal would be an honor to win this competition, but all in all, regardless of the final result, just being here and being with the guys, a few boys from Montreal out here, joking around in the city has been fun. So I like this event a lot. I have a dog. I love my dog. That's not my secret talent, but I love my dog. So I want people to know I love my dog for sure. Yeah.
You got to always remember to give a shout out to your pets. Indeed, especially in this type of a stage. But to emphasize how much he's progressed, he mentioned joining the sim about 3 years ago. He's been essentially racing since age 9. And he, on top of that, is a mechanical engineering graduate from Concordia University. A lot of brains as well as talent and experience worth Racine.
Yeah, he wears a lot of hats, but right now he's trying to put on the hat of the Ringmaster hat and be able to take this W home to Montreal. Again, all top 3 of your drivers right now, all Quebecers, all from the Montreal area. I do believe, as we still have a bit of a scrap here at the back of the field, Romagnolo getting to the bumper of Levesque. Romagnolo trying to make a move on the outside.
Romagnolo deeper on the brakes. Levesque sending him off towards the sand trap just about with some more contact. Had some more incident points in turn for those two likely.
Yeah, guess who had the incident point issue in the last race, Justin? That was your 888 car of Levesque. of Guillaume Levesque. I don't think he tried to send him wide there. I did see a lift from the 888 machine when he realized he got a little bit too wide. You know, you don't want to be sending the guy off for 7th. But again, Red Bull Ringmasters going for every position. As look at how wide those guys are driving into turn number 9, out of the exit of 9.
For that case, these drivers are saying 1 incident points, I guess. Trying to go as wide as they can to carry as much speed as they can, especially for now, but that's a dangerous game to play. You do it too much, you lose that potential later on, to say the very least. Caron, meanwhile, looking for the potential again to battle. Last time they were side by side, it was contact. Here's a look once more at the replay now for that battle that just went on for 7th.
And we're going to keep an eye on our battle for the lead, but take a look at the replay on the right. Roman Yolo's had just really great runs into corners. Not quite sure where the 888 was going to defend. Ends up going center. See Roman Yolo on the outside. Definitely a lot of room, and just tries to pinch the 888, and it just doesn't work out as they stay on the track and keep racing. But again, your big battle up here for your top 2 positions.
And it appears, look at the timing screen. Something's just happened to the 55, and he is not happy right now, it appears, either in the studio, it's worth noting. So something's happened in the battle of round 2 of those drivers. Should I say round 3, unfortunately, in that regard. For the front runners, meanwhile, they continue to scrap. Here's what just happened and why Roman Yolo may not be happy.
And take a look at the replay on the right. Again, we see him shove the 888 a little bit wide, and he says, excuse me, I don't think so. Again, I don't think that was intentional. You saw Guillaume try to get off of him after he realized they were making contact, but these cars are so sensitive. It's too little, too late, and around goes the 55.
So in turn, Roman Yolo now in the last position by a fair bit. On that note, I'd like to take the time to remind you that the Black Friday sale is underway for iRacing. 25% off renewals and 50% off new memberships. Visit iRacing.com/Black Friday to see your deal today.
Oh, big move on the outside from Andrew Caron, maybe trying to make it work, but not really. And it's actually funny that you see our points leader right now just backing off, Justin. I think he's just going to let these guys go.
I think he's playing the smart move of saying, if I get myself into a wreck, that opens up the door for anything. If he's patient and lets them have the popcorn fight and battle for that popcorn, there's the chance he can try and leapfrog them and take advantage of attrition.
Caron right now sitting on 12 incident points, so he's got to be careful. Again, these drivers using all of the racetrack. There are zones, Justin, where if you get an off track, we saw it earlier, a slowdown penalty. Yeah. But there are zones on the track as well where you can get away with it. And trust me, everyone here knows exactly where they can get those tactical track cuts, if you will. Try to gain a little bit of ground on your leader right now, the number 1 car of Almeida, Suilum Almeida. Caron keeps closing him and then just can't get the job done once he gets there.
Expecting halfway on the clock this time around the circuit here at the Red Bull Ring for the Red Bull Ring Masters Finals, the national final here in Canada. It's been 1, 2, 3 for these drivers for a good bit. There have been a couple scraps amongst them, but the patience game continues out, and this is also towards the trend where you see a lot of the action at these types of a rhythm tracks where drivers remaining patient to the final few moments. When it comes to Almeida, he's been able to win at big stages, as talked about before. Looking very focused when it comes to his movements and looking very focused when it comes to keeping his tongue-in-cheek, apparently.
Yeah, another thing that we keep talking about the 6 car, but something that I noticed in the last race is he's got a lot of pace at the beginning of the race, and now is about where we saw him fall off in Interlagos. Is he going to be able to learn from that? Because he's looked very racy in the beginning half of this race, but now he's sitting on these incident points. He's maybe got some tire wear. We'll see what's going on in the second half.
Let's learn a little bit more about your race leader as he currently holds on to the point.
My name is Suelio Almeida, and I'm from Brazil, although I live in Montreal since 2019. Well, actually, I'm a pianist. I'm a musician. Aim to do my master's in classical piano performance, in a way we call here. But I always had my hobby sim racing. My biggest accomplishment in sim racing is to have had the opportunity to drive a real race car because of it. The reality factor that you are actually there. Some features are not there. You cannot reset. You can hurt yourself, but you feel the forces. You feel everything. It's more intense. I would say it's even easier to communicate with the car because of all the forces involved in your body. Drivers, I love working with teams. For example, the best days recently have been when I'm working with 5, 6, 7 people at the same time and just analyzing their drivings and seeing how they are happier and how they improve.
And he's doing his job right now to try and do anything and everything to try and come away as the Red Bull Rainmaster, but he needs some help as talked about. Racine is currently still in that locked-in position. He needs essentially for Racine to fall back behind Hawken, fall behind Bouchard to have a shot.
Yeah, and again, there's a huge gap. Hawken kind of just in his own world right now. Definitely not alone, because Bouchard's right there, but a second or so back. But these three have just finally done what I expected them to do and just kind of get into line and get the heck away from the other guys behind them who are very hungry to be on the podium, because I think it's been dominated by these three drivers so far.
You're absolutely right. The three drivers to watch for when we started things off earlier today from Toronto have definitely backed up those words with how they've performed from the get-go, the recovery drives when they've had any sort of problems, and now they're approaching 17 minutes to go in this event, still remaining single file amongst that grouping.
Caron, I think, just trying to get a good move done. Again, just trying to time it right. I think Justin will have to take another look to be able to get a better eye on it, but I think he's got a little bit of left front damage on that splitter on this Porsche 911 GT3. It could be affecting his turn in a little bit. Could be affecting his braking a little bit. It's where you saw him so strong as he takes another little peek, but he's definitely way too far back. I think he's just trying to fill the mirror of Sewell right now.
Essentially trying to pressurize him more than anything, it seems, amongst these drivers. Here's the look from Almeida, meanwhile, who leads that choo-choo train. Hawken is starting to reel him in. Slightly keep in mind, around 4.1, 4.2 seconds. You see him very much in the backdrop as they hit the curbing hard that time.
Yeah, you could just see him out of frame when we go to those shots, but he's in range to capitalize on a mistake. But from the pace that we've seen in these top three guys today, I don't think he's charging him down 4 seconds. Anything can happen. We've seen some crazy things happen already in today's Ringmaster final here at the Red Bull Gaming Studio. But again, the tail of the tape right now, the entire story of this race 3 have just been these three leaders. We've seen a little bit of scrapping in the midfield, but it can Caron get to the rear bumper of Almeida and do something with it. He's got it close before, but he just can't capitalize on, it seems, this mid-race pace that he has.
Remember that window, though, of 10 laps, or 10 minutes, I should say, to go, where Seam showed of he knows how to limit the fall-off. That's going to be something to remember, too. Here's a look from Brandon Hawken, who continues to drive with a significant distance in front, about 20 car lengths currently for the 99 machine.
Yeah, he's got that huge gap, but he's got a big gap behind him, too, about 1.5 to 2 seconds back to the 5th position of Bouchard in the 73. So Hawken is actually able we had a little bit of a battle for the lead now. Almeida going defensive on the inside. Caron's going to go outside. Can he get the over-under? Not quite.
Seeing the chance, trying to still keep up the chance to the point where he's mowing the grass. Caron still trying to find a way around Almeida. Almeida hard to the right side of the racetrack, approaching turn 4. Caron trying to go for the arc. Almeida misses the corner.
Mistake.
Here comes Caron. Caron to the race lead.
He's been in third so much, been such a bridesmaid all the way through this competition. He's looking to be the bride now. The Andrew Caron in the 6th car to the front.
What a move and what a major mistake there from Almeida, trying to play hard and defensive. Heading in through turn 4. Can the 6 hold on for now, though, as Almeida's now going to push. Here's a look at Almeida now from the cockpit. Not too many changes facial emotions-wise, but a lot more intense, it seems, on gripping that wheel.
Interested to see how the little bit of damage on Caron is going to deal with, how he's going to deal with it now being in the lead. Either with the air changes or how the front goes over the front of that car. Maybe that damage is just superficial, maybe it's not, but this is where we're going to find out as we turn the camera. There he is, Racine Fazui.
in the position he needs to be, actually closing on the brakes of that one car. Justin, I think in the first race we saw him make a minor mistake, the number 1 machine. We saw him make just a little minor mistake. I can't talk. The minor mistake, and it cost him. He never really got back in the mentality after that. Oh, as I say that, taking a look on the left side.
Near contact, heading towards the braking zone for turn 3. Caron holding on to the right side. A squeeze again. Side by side for the lead once more. There is now a touch bit of damage now on the 6 machine's front bumper as Caron now lines back up. Will Fuzui look to leapfrog and try and battle for second? No peak this time. Caron goes for the quick defensive interaction and reaction potentially there as they stay back single file for Sector 2.
Almeida, the almighty, trying to hang on to this first position. Caron's definitely going to be hungry to try to make another move. Again, filling his mirrors, trying to intimidate that lead driver a little bit. We've seen him make minor mistakes before, hopping over the curb, and then what we just saw going maybe a little bit too defensive, and it cost him to understeer. I think Caron is trying to use that to his advantage, maybe play a little bit of a mental game, try to make that lead driver nervous and force him into some sort of mistake, because I think Caron's got the pace, but I don't know if he's consistently got the paces. He's only 2/10 back now.
The thing is, that's going to change in a hurry, especially with the slipstream coming up in that approach to the Niki Lauda curb. Approaching 12 minutes to go now. Here's the look for the number 6 machine down the start and finish straight. Trying to close up still. Caron trying to find a way to poke. Later on the brakes, nearly to the back bumper this time. Of the leader once more in Almeida. A little bit too much of the curbing though, and the sausage bumps. That loses a bit of momentum. Fuzui is to the point where he's bumping him. Now down towards the straightaway. Fuzui goes to the left side. He backs it up.
Actually, Fuzui got have a little bit of right-hand damage as well.
That's from the start, remember.
Yeah, just a little bit on that fender. Again, I think these guys got some bumps and scrapes, but it's not looking like it's affecting their pace at all. As we see the battle for 4th and 5th actually change over, with Gagnon getting or Bouchard, getting the lead over Hawken. Hawken having some sort of issue.
So something interesting with the 99, it appears, timing-wise. As they scrap, you see them swap. We still keep an eye on that race lead fight, though, because these are some of the important points for some of these drivers. The bragging rights of 1, 2, 3 overall. And Racine still in that clinching position to be the master.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd see him get racy, Justin, but that slow turn, whoever's operating the camera on that number 6 machine just played it perfectly. That slow turn and da-da, da-da, da-da in the background. So I don't think Fuzui is afraid to get racy here.
Bullet.
You see the 6 car bouncing over the curb a little bit there, trying to get another run on the leader of the number 1 machine.
Here's the problem with all the argy-barginess. Guess who's almost at that limit?
Oh, no.
The 2nd place car. Caron is up to 16 incident points.
I think that's really going to affect his aggressiveness, especially on the attack. But again, with the championship leader Fuzui right behind him, what do, Justin? Do you try to salvage this and go for another P2? But you say, I've been on this podium and I'm only missing 1 spot, and that's the top one. Do I go for broke and just send it?
See if Racine thinks about that. He's been braking early in these corners with how aggressive it's been for 1st and 2nd. No send yet. Lots of great work from some of the folks working today's action, including those from the iRacing studios in Boston. It's been incredible, this battling that's been going on here at the Red Bull Ring, approaching the final 10 minutes coming up here for race 3.
Again, I think just a little bit of pressure from this 58 now, maybe that 16 incident limit getting to the number 6 of Andrew Caron. Not sure if he's going to be able to put the moves on Almeida today. He just looks so composed even after that mistake, just that one little mistake. I wasn't sure if he's going to be able to bring it back, but actually gap opening now, not by much, only about 4/10, but that's a huge distance with how close these guys have been.
Looking once more on board Fuzui, watching as they try and break the draft ahead, and Racine seems to be again in the I'm in the good spot here, no need to try and follow the snake kind of mode, knowing what's at stake here. 2nd and 1st, meanwhile, they want the victory hard. They want to break that full sweep that is the potential possibility if things happen with that 58 still with under 10 minutes to go.
Again, I think it was Fuzui that talked about all these guys were buddies off the track, especially spending a weekend in Toronto. But on the racetrack, I got to imagine playing spoiler is going to feel a little bit sweeter as this is your battle on the racetrack. Everyone else other than I think 4th and 5th of Bouchard and Hawken are very spread out. So this is your main battle on the racetrack.
Once again, Caron, did he get a tap there? A little bit wider. Is that going to put him towards that mark for incident points there?
We'll find out when they come back to the start-finish, but I'm not sure if Karan just saw him on the inside and got spooked, or they made a little bit of contact there. But, you know, if we see that 6 car dive into the pit lane, we're going to find out real quick if he's got a penalty.
Keep an eye on that now. Seam continues to watch from that eagle eye spot to see what could happen here. Here's the look for Racine, and was there the bit of contact?
Taking a look here. Ooh, no!
Very close.
I really thought they doored each other, but I think Karan was going to squeeze and go, man, if I touch him, even if it's a 2x contact, one of the light contacts, I'm out of this race. I'm out of the championship. So I think he just thought better of it, threw it left, and is going to try to build up another run to fight back another day.
No peel off there. Looks like he's okay for now. Keyword is for now. It's still not over yet for this lead. 8 minutes to go now on the clock. Again, the Snake comes in for first and second place. Of note, Bouchard holds on to 4th. Hawken rounding out the top 5 currently.
Gagne Renault in 6th position, Levesque in 7th. And we have Romagnolo in the last position, or in 8th position, as Karan, again, he tries to make a move. Justin falls back a little bit, and it takes him a couple laps. And he does have the pace on our number 1 car, but just too good in defense is Sawillo. Going a little bit wide there. Going to have a bit of a run this time, but 2 in the dirt again. Andrew Karan really playing risky business with his off tracks. As we move into turn number 4, again, right back on the bumper of your leader, Almeida. Again, your points leader, Bazooey, in 3rd position, where he needs to be. He's just sitting back, hands behind his head, just chilling, watching this battle right now.
Just got confirmation. It's still at the 16, by the way, as a result of that very, very tight turn 3 a couple laps ago. So the 6 is still in a decent spot, so long as he doesn't run wide. He nearly did there, though. Losing some time, Andrew Caron with that run. Will Racine now say, okay, maybe I should pass here? No, stay single file.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see some...
Or he can
contact!
That indeed might have been it right there with that bit of a bobble through turn 7 and 8. Andrew Caron gives Racine a bit of a scare, and now the race lead separation about a second plus.
Man, that's got to hurt for Caron. He's been so consistent up until this race today. He's going to have to take, I believe, a drive-through penalty, and unless he can clear Romagnolo, which I don't think is possible, that is his bid for the Ringmaster Championship done.
There's the disappointment from Andrew now at the bottom of your screen. Your main leaders to the right side of your screen, shaking his head there, knowing he was on the edge for a decent bit, but it's so difficult when you're that close with how much time was left to try and keep yourself incident penalty free. As we take a look at Racine now.
Do you want to know how close it was, Justin? Right rear wheel dropping into the sand by a hair. Andrew Caron, unfortunately, out of this battle. Racine Fasui now in the 2nd position. I do not think he's going to catch up to Sawillo in the lead position, but boy, gosh, golly darn, he's going to try.
You know who's also still trying? That battle going on for the top half of the field to end things off. Gagnon Renaud and Brandon Hawken, they are closing up, and that 23's been on a charge. The separation a few laps ago, noticed, was a couple seconds. The 23's been pushing full out.
And we got 5 minutes left in this race, probably only about 4, maybe 3 laps to go here of your overall event here for your Red Bull Ringmasters. We are right now following the 23, Ian Gagnon Renault. This battle has been so separated for so long, but they're finally wide there from the 23. He is using all the racetrack to try to get up to 99 now.
Gagnon Renaud with an arrow big bobble, losing a bit of time. Will that be enough breathing room for Brandon Hawken to work with a few laps to play with before they checker flag for this event? Decent run this time to the Nicky Lauda curb, but it's still going to take potentially to the last lap, if not the second to last one, for any chance for Ian to pounce back here.
Yeah, he just dropped back a little bit. He's going to have to see if he can grab onto the slipstream of Hawken. This battle has been raging all the time we were paying attention to the battle for the lead. Yep. These guys were not afraid to get a little bit racy here in our final.
And here's something to think about. Remember, Hawken was driving basically on his own much of the run, 4.5 seconds back. The pack behind him was around 6-7 seconds back. everybody else, it seemed, just picked up the tempo second half of the race to get back to Brandon Hawken to basically say, okay, you're fighting on your own for now. Now can you handle the pressure of us saying hello to your back bumper?
Under 4 minutes to go now. Hawken, I think, is going to be clear of Gagnon Renault, but is he able to put the pressure on that 73 machine who's looking for a podium? Phil Bouchard has not podiumed yet in this. Again, those 3 drivers we've been talking about all day, Caron, Fazuli, and your leader, are the only ones to have podium. Leader of Almeida, the only ones to have podium so far. So this is now, instead of just a little cheeky scrap for fourth, is a battle for the final step in the final race on the podium.
He won, in fact, his best finish the entire event for today's final, with him having some struggles earlier on with 7th and 7th essentially, the scoring points from earlier on today. Approaching 3 minutes to go now on the clock. Of note, Racine has stayed around 2 seconds back of Almeida as well on the circuit. Hawken, meanwhile, seems to be in a great spot at least to finish top half after the disastrous run in Interlagos, and now it's about finishing things off right.
Yeah, this is the end for these guys. Their last chance to be able to grab a little sip of glory here in your Red Bull Ringmasters National Final. The 73 machine trying to run away from Brandon Hawken. Brandon Hawken trying to make the best out of his 3-race piece. Again, he didn't have the best run at Interlagos, but made the best of it. He's been setting sail here in 4th place. It's the first time we've seen him pressured in this race. But boy, actually, I say that the 23 of Ian Gagnon Renault is actually making up some ground to Brandon Hawken right now.
Looking at that interval a little bit, closed up about a 10th that time through Sector 2, starting Sector 3 now. One or both of them, I believe, may have just about picked up some points there with the kick up of the stand with how close it was getting. But now it's down to the final 2 minutes or so here for today's action. Should be about final couple laps of this event right here. And a couple chances for these drivers to pounce.
Probably about 2 laps left to go, Justin, barring maybe some unforeseen extensions with an extra lap with the timer. But again, those 2 lead drivers, no need for any pressure on right now. 2-second gap. Fazuli is just going to chill until we get to be able to cross that checkered flag. But Hawken, I thought he was going to be able to gain ground on Bouchard, but it looks like he's falling into the clutches of Ian Gagnon Renault. Ian, another one of those drivers that's been kind of fighting around the midfield, would love a great finish here in the last race. And 4th is more than respectable of how close competition's been today.
Keep in mind, Levesque is currently in 6th position, and a shout out to Romagnolo with the drive-through situation for Caron. Caron is currently running last, would be one of his worst finishes of this event. In fact, the worst position-wise after being so consistent coming into today and throughout the prior 2 races of this final. Down to the final minute, and these drivers looking to reach their final few moments here for the Red Bull Ring.
Yeah, we'll see if we'll take the white flag here, Justin. If not, we'll have 2 laps left to go. Not necessarily out of the woods yet when it comes to battles, but I actually see Hawken maybe pulling half-quarter of a car length on that 23 with a very strange line through 7 and 8.
And it looks like Gagnon Renault not going to be able to try and make any moves as a result of that mistake in turn. Down to the final 30 seconds or so. This time around. Off to the corner once more. And now, looking to close things out as they make their way down the straightaway. Seen a flash there. Barney is waving that white flag. Final lap underway for the Red Bull Ring Masters Finals.
And this battle for 3rd has kind of settled down a little bit. Keep in mind, your potential champion just has to finish this lap. He is in P2. He actually closed 2 tenths to our leader, Saul Almeida. Almeida looking to play that spoiler of, as in, it's actually the same results that we would have gotten in our knockouts.
Exactly.
2 wins for Racine, 1 win for Almeida if they both close it out.
Difference is Racine finished around the edging of the points. That recovery today still comes away with a 2nd after 2 victories to start off the finals here in Toronto. Still keeping an eye on that battle for 4th position on back. Looking like there may not be another chance to be able to make a lunge with the separation that's built up. But meanwhile, up at the front, for Almeida, picture perfect. A great start after trouble behind, was able to defend several times to hold on to the race lead. A strong race 3 for the Red Bull Ring Masters for him. For Almeida, it'll be a race victory to celebrate, to close things out from Toronto. final corner. Almeida will get the victory for the race. But your Red Bull Ringmaster, Racine Fizui, he wins the Red Bull Ringmasters.
Yeah, finally some emotion from Racine, being able to snap the twig and show a little bit. And he's right there. Big win for Racine.
Once again, Racine Fizui is your champion of the Red Bull Ringmasters. He's burning it down in the sim, you can see as well, looking to celebrate. A first, and a second gets him the champion.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, going into the event, we all knew he was going to be one of your favorites, but absolutely showing, again, super mature drives, P1, P2, but different routes to get there the whole way, and finally able to kind of let his guard down a little bit. Racine Fizui, your Red Bull Ringmaster.
And now it looks like he's jumped out of the car after such a strong run. What an event for Racine. What a day for him to add to his already growing impressive resume. Jumps up and gets the start towards the celebrations. Take a glance towards how the standings appear for today. Just a moment or so as he goes to celebrate on forward. 4 points the separation between him and Almeida in the end. Caron finishes in third, followed by Hawken, Gagnon Renaud, Bouchard, Romagnolo, and Levesque rounding out the 8 drivers. Some great performances, but in the end, Fizui's domination from the get-go was enough to hold on with an average finish of 1.3.
Almost, I'm sorry to cut you off, almost a perfect 30 points there, Justin. Only missing out on 2 overall for the day. 2 pole positions. Again, hate to keep using the word domination, but just a very, very strong point as Camille is actually with our Ringmaster.
There you have it. Racine is the champ, taking home the trophy, the $5,000 voucher to upgrade your rig, as well as that one-on-one coaching session and that one-of-a-time experience from FAF. So you were confident going in this whole time. From when I talked to you yesterday, is this the winning trend? Is the behind your confidence?
What I did this weekend is I make sure I was prepared. All right, that was my main focus, just preparation, and then the day is the day. So the only thing I could have done for today is maybe a little bit of warm up, stretch out my legs, a little bit of visual warm up, and make sure I sleep good yesterday night, which I didn't, but I still got away with the win, so I'm happy with that.
Well, you gave your dog a shout out earlier in the broadcast, so I'm pretty sure your pup is really happy. How was it going into that last race and knowing about the incident points that you had early on? Did that put any pressure on you?
No, because I knew, looking at the piece with the other guys, I knew all I had to do was just lift and coast, so I could afford a little bit of 1x's incident points. It didn't bother me too much because I was in make or break position, so that was cool.
Well, the casters keep saying that you are a well-experienced, very mature driver. What are your hopes for after this competition?
We'll see.
All right, keeping it mysterious. Well, congratulations once again. This is all yours. You are the Red Bull Ringmasters champion. Congrats. And you know what? Let's give a shout out to all the players here. Thank you for competing today. It has been such a great day, full of lots of competition, as well as our partners at FAF, Advanced Sim Racing, Apex V2R for putting these amazing sim rigs together, iRacing out in Boston. Thank you for helping us put together these tournaments. Justin and Arrow, you guys did such a great job casting. That's it for us here at the Red Bull Gaming Studio in Toronto. We look forward to seeing you next time.